future belongs to the fast, and to help you...
Everybody, this is Deb Jordan, and I wanted to let you guys know that I spoke with Pete today, and I have a little update for you that I'm going to be playing here in just a moment. But first, let me tell you what happened to me this morning. I got a knock on the door, and it was the Gresham, Portland Police Department, and they were telling me that the vehicle that I have parked in the parking lot here at the hotel had been reported as stolen. So I was really surprised seeing that I had called Enterprise yesterday, spoke with them, got everything up to date, as I always do once a week, as we have done since we've been here. And everything was good. Everything was good to go. We even talked about doing a monthly rate instead of a weekly rate, as it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. And so you guys can only imagine how surprised I was when they told me that Enterprise had reported the vehicle as stolen. Now, I called Enterprise immediately because I was alarmed, and what happens is they tell me that an FBI agent from Central Oregon phoned them and told them that Pete Santilli had been incarcerated on conspiracy charges since January the 26th, and that two unauthorized women were planning a trip in that vehicle from Portland to Burns, Oregon, where there was a situation, ongoing situation of people occupying a wildlife refuge there. So they gave the Enterprise the Pete's case numbers, really just being douchebags at this point, and told him that they suggested that he call the Gresham, Oregon police and report the vehicle as stolen, not as somebody unauthorized driving the vehicle, but as stolen, you know. So I immediately called Pete's attorney, who called the state attorney's office, and they're furious. This is just another example of how low the FBI will go to harass Pete. This is a clear case, in my opinion, of them retaliating because they didn't like what Pete had to say about them. You know, they don't like alternative media. Somebody in alternative media saying things about them that they don't like. So that's what's happening here. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. Oh, and by the way, they also asked the agent for the online OnStar code so that they might be able to better listen to conversations that were happening inside the vehicle until they were able to retrieve it. So this whole thing stinks to high heaven, and every time they do something, it just makes it more obvious that this is not about Pete breaking the law. This is not about Pete being involved in some crazy-ass conspiracy. It's about them retaliating. This is strictly retaliation, and the more things they do like this, the more obvious it becomes. Okay, so that's what I have to report to you guys today. Let me think of some other things. Oh, by the way, I am getting word that Cliven Bundy is not coming to Oregon. That is rumor. And what else? And that things are happening in Burns. They are. There's a little campground down there. It's called the Narrows, and the woman who owns it is such an awesome woman. She has been supportive up to this point, She's receiving death threats and threatening phone calls from people across the United States because she is not allowing people to camp there anymore because she feels like her life is becoming endangered because of some of the activity and some of the things that are being said. So the owner, wonderful person. She's a great person. Please do not call her. I am begging you guys, please do not call her and threaten her. You're only going to get yourself in trouble, and you put her in jeopardy when you do that. Okay, so here it is. Here is the message that Pete wanted you guys to hear today. And so here we go. Okay, here we go. Ready, set, go.
Everybody, Pete Santelli here. Today is February 9th. I just got the disturbing news, a couple of bits of news that should irk each and every one of you. Now listen, remember what I'm saying here, okay? Always remember what I'm saying. Now is the time for you to say enough is enough in the United States of America. I've been saying this over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, the entire system hates it when I do a rally cry for people to get up off their stuff and say enough is enough in the United States of America. The people that are running our establishment, okay? I'm not anti-government. I'm anti-establishment. The people that are running our establishment right now are setting out to destroy the good people that are telling the truth. I heard today that the FBI, because they hate me so much, because I've mentioned that in congressional testimony that they lied in court about Waco, that they covered up TWA Flight 800, that they were going to do exactly what they did, and that was to set up an ambush of Lavoy Fedicum and all others that have killed, and they're probably disappointed that they didn't. But because I brought up the truth about their activity, now they want to call and report my vehicle stolen. Isn't that kind of the people that are working on behalf of the American people to supposedly protect us? They're actually out there trying to destroy the people that are holding them accountable. I'm a member of the press, and so help me God, I will speak freely per the First Amendment, and they will absolutely be crushed under the weight of their own truth, and that is that they are the Federal Bureau of Incompetence and Cover-Ups. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Pete Santilli. This is what I need you to do. Yeah. Pardon me? Oh, am I done? Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to finish up here. Anyways, I'm being told that I can't speak anymore because I have to go into my cell, and I just wanted to let you guys know that. Be sure to like, subscribe, comment, and share, and also send me mail, send me books, stay in contact, and definitely rise up in the face of this establishment, the people that are running our establishment. I love a government of, by, and for our people. I love the U.S. Constitution, and I can't stand the people that are running our system into the dirt. I'm Pete Santilli. Definitely stay in contact with us. Leave your comments, stay in tune, and of course, send your donations as quickly as possible. Thanks, Deb.
There you have it, a little message from Pete today. But I also want to let you guys know that Gavin Syme has posted on our Facebook page. Go to the Facebook page. I believe it is talknetworknews.com. I believe. I hope. Anyway, but it's our former Guerrilla Media Network page. And he has put up a nice little video explaining what his campaign is. And that's all about calling local legislators, calling Oregon. He's put up for everybody to see, places to call, and demand that these guys, all of these guys, be taken out of solitary confinement and put them in general population so that they can do a little bit better, and so that they can make more phone calls, and so that they can help support their own cases and talk to their families and be able to visit with their families in a little bit better atmosphere. They're keeping these guys in their cell for 23 hours a day. They're giving them 1 hour to be about. And, it's Gavin says that, he thinks these guys are going to do great in general population. This is not prison. This is a county lockup. So it's not like, It's not like they're in a prison situation. And he thinks they would do much better to be in general population. So he needs your help with that. Please go. I'll post up the links here in just a few minutes on this video as soon as we get it processed and get it out there for our general population. And so, you know what, you guys, hang in there, hang tough. I did have a chance to speak with Pete, and Ammon is right there. They're all doing great. Ryan Bundy, Brian Payne, you know, and we want to remember too that just because John Ritzheimer isn't in the same facility, he is being held in Arizona, and we cannot forget about him. Okay, so we're going to get his information, his mailing address. Please write letters to John Ritzheimer too, and let him know that he's not forgotten. So we love you guys. We'll talk to you soon. You know, this is a clear case that, you know, the FBI is surveilling people, and you know, it's kind of just really it's surrealistic still. I can't even believe that they're doing that. But what they did today was real low. Even the Gresham police that came out, who were very nice, very courteous, apologetic, they couldn't have been nicer. We're even saying, wow, you know, what a ass wipe thing to do to somebody. So hang in there, you guys. I'll be back. I'll let you know what's happening the best that I can here on the ground. A lot of things, you know, in the future are coming our way. We're positive. We really are. We're ready to. We're really ready to take this on and prove that, at the very least, that, you know, the government's case against all people concerned in this is weak at best. So we'll talk to you guys soon. Hang in there. Talk to you soon.
When I do my update with Deb tonight, I'm going to have to tell her how to make that OnStar listing thing come to a stop. There's a device you can buy for OnStar listening in that you start your car, and then you put this device on there and a timer, and you set it off, and it runs for about 5 minutes, and it puts out such an incredible ultrasonic blast. It blows whoever's on the other end's headphones right off their head. Anyway, we got a report. Cliven Bundy isn't heading out just yet. He's delayed. There's something going on down there at the ranch himself that he's dealing with, so it appears that it's going to be delayed. Here's a rally in Idaho. This comes from the Jenna News Channel, JENANU, 2 words.
This is the rally in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Look how many people have showed up. Look at this. Look at the support. Look at the people who want freedom.
I'm sorry, what? No, not yet. No, I don't. Well, it is to get out there, but I sell to, I sell to online shopping agencies around the world, but agencies I sell to. You have a way to screw that.
It's not penis in there.
Awesome.
Oh, you're welcome.
Him, he goes this way, and his arm goes this way. Yeah, instead of right here where all the pictures show he has one on his right hip. Why is he going over here?
Wow. This is great. This is so cool.
It all starts local.
It does. It certainly does.
Well, I'm just thinking here. I'm a policeman, right? I fear for my life. I think this guy is nuts. He's gonna go AWOL. He's gonna shoot me. weight. He's in 2 feet of snow. We've got him surrounded.
We've got 3% Idaho.
Do I really feel like I'm in
We've got
to be shot by this
Freedom Patriot Lovers. We have Oath Keepers here. This is beautiful.
guy? Unless you want to prove a point, or unless you've been coached by the FBI on the best ambush of how to do it without being caught. The conspiracy side of me says absolutely, but the other side says we can do it. That's a big cook swallow.
Yeah, what do you want to say? You want to like kind of pencil it out real quick?
got blood on my hands.
I forgot your name. You sat next to each other at the. Oh, Rich.
I currently do, yeah.
Your spirit would be within us, Lord, that we could guide us, God. If you just pray for the Finicum family, be with them now, Lord, and comfort their loss, and encourage the patriots, Lord, to stand up, to rise up to tyranny, and to do so, Lord, with justice. Lord God, just help us and guide us, we pray, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank every one of you for coming out today.
Sure.
Can't say no more. Thank you.
Hey, glad to do it.
Plan is we're going to go out straight to the south of us. We'll go out to the intersection and head up north along the interstate. Want to stay on the far right side, of course. Be safe. Abide all traffic rules.
Not walking in the center divider.
No, we're not going to block any roads. We're not going to do anything. No jaywalking. Let's watch if you stop where you smoke at. Let's watch every little thing and do everything right. You're going to get people flip you off and get a yell, go home. That stuff does happen.
You don't need to go home when they say this is.
Exactly.
There you go.
That's no rude, quick to think, smart-ass comments back. It's hard for me not to do it myself. So I know it's just, hold your partner beside you accountable. That's all I can say. And despite all the laws, ordinances they have, and if you do have a weapon on you, they cannot citate you. If they do, please let me know immediately. We have a giant lawsuit. Okay. We're off. Let's go, and we're gonna
All
head.
right, can I get your name? And are we doing crosswalk security?
I got crosswalk security, top of crosswalk. We've got 3 or 4 vehicles on patrol. Some permanent spots are set up too. Got radio communication with both my teams.
We're directing police and media to who?
Police media to me.
And your name is?
Marty Lang.
Marty Lang. Okay, thanks.
Okay. And they all know where I live. I'll make sure of that.
Well, he's very sure of that.
I'd like to pause, maybe leave a few of us in the intersection up there, a dozen or two. We can go down the government way, do the same with that intersection. And then all gather down at the overpass we like for a while. Just kind of got enough of us when we spread out between those 3 places and be close to 25 where they can't complain. But we have all the right to do this. As many people as we want. They say we need a permit for 25, we don't need a permit. So we stand up for our constitutional rights, and we're still be patriots. And
Freedom of speech is still legal.
exactly.
Freedom to assemble.
Question.
I noticed on the way heading that way, there's no sidewalks or anything. So
There is not. We have a white line and about 4 feet.
Okay, we're not going to get in trouble for that.
It's a lot wider across the street.
If you cross the street here, it's all the way down, it's a lot wider. So
Okay.
you get,
Cross at the intersection, cross the street.
Across the intersection. and use the
Yeah.
west side.
Walking.
Everybody hear that? We're going to stay on the left side as we go over. Is that what I'm hearing?
yeah, we get the halfway, yeah, because there's
So
no,
we'll be
no
facing
sidewalk on
southbound traffic.
No sidewalk on the right side, so stay to the left on the left side of the road here.
That's not pretty, but you can probably still read it.
I do. Grab a flag.
Stole his hat, huh?
Excuse me? Yeah. See how many people.
Yeah, my flag.
Some are on board.
Somebody can have that sign if they want.
Well, we're getting ready to get started here, it looks like. We're going to be doing, I would say, probably a couple-mile roundabout. That's a guess. In the middle of Coeur d'Alene, the busy parts of Coeur d'Alene, not necessarily downtown. All these people here in support of the Malheur Patriots, the Hammonds, Lavoie, the Bundys, and all of us that have our own experiences with the 4-letter, 3-letter government agencies robbing us of just about everything. We have security. This is Oath Keeper security, 3%er security, Patriot security. And I'll follow along and film as long as I got power in this camera. I got my other one out, so if I miss a little bit, either I ran out of battery or had to stop in somewhere and pee.
You're not cold, Ma.
I'd say we've got at least 100 people here. That's pretty damn good. Didn't even know we had a chapter in Coeur d'Alene. This is freaking awesome. And I've got a sign, but since I'm using my hands, I have it stuck to my butt. It's just a flag. It was convenient, I guess. More people showing up. I think this is freaking awesome. More people. Single file. Everybody's obeying the laws. No jaywalking. Just a peaceful protest. Proud of you, Coeur d'Alene. Idaho 3%ers. These guys are my heroes.
Yeah, this thing just go back on the rack.
Right on. Oh. Thumbs down, huh?
They want tyranny and oppression. That's what they want.
That's what they want. It's a lot easier than being accountable for your own damn self. Woo-hoo! Here's some support. feels like you're being part of something. There's things you can do. Look at these people. They're not afraid. They're not afraid to be Americans. They're not afraid to be proud to be American. This is what you call coming together as Americans for Americans. Everyone here is a true patriot. Everyone. Look at this. This is so freaking awesome. Never seen so many patriots in one spot in my life. This is so awesome. Every last bit of us. Woo-hoo! Right on.
His little legs ain't back there.
Woohoo!
Thank you. Yep.
Oh, listen to that. Woo! Look at the support. This is North Idaho. This is way different than Oregon. Most of the people that live up here live in a different world. We actually love our place. We love our mountains. See mountains. We love our land, and we love our neighbors. We really love our neighbors. Woohoo! Listen to the horns. Listen to them. Woohoo! Look at all the people. Look at all the people.
Crown upside down. Thank you.
Is that why there was a quarter rolling down the road down there?
Probably. Wouldn't doubt it. I get people throwing quarters at me all day, every day.
Do you? Have you eaten yet today?
A little bit.
A little bit? Don't have a lot.
I appreciate it.
That'll get you a burger.
God bless you. You have a great day.
You too. Alrighty. Undefeated, kid. That's what it's all about, right? Get on. Ah. Peace. See the people? See the people? See the people? Peace. See that? Right on. Hi, officer. Peace. truckers are another part of the industry that's been attacked as well. Just a couple of years ago, they were striking and were getting all kinds of bullshit from the government. Some of us know.
Get a shot of Eric's sign in front of the gun school. As far as I know, he was the only one tempted.
How appropriate to be doing this, coming around this corner and having that range right there. That building's been there forever.
We caught you on film, both of us.
We got ya.
Both of us caught you on film.
I just called my pants down.
Uh-oh. Okay, had to switch to camera number 2. Knew that was coming. Getting a lot of truckers going on the freeway down there honking. It was only a couple years ago that they had to deal with the same bullshit that the ranchers and the loggers and everybody else. Woohoo!
Everything. Really?
Oh, Cornell did. Yeah, Cornell did.
All those people again.
Maybe we'll see you back over there. Yeah. See you someday. Wave or die.
Luke,
How's it going?
going all right.
Good to see you here.
Good to see you. Thanks for letting me know about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had no idea there was even any of this here.
Yeah.
I just joined, like, well, when the Oregon thing went down.
Right.
So I want to know more. You know what I mean? I want to be more involved. I got all the time in the world, and I'm raising a 16-year-old boy that needs to know all this too. Because he's on board already.
Nice. Yeah. Marty right there with the 3%ers hat on and jacket. He's the main guy to talk to.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd like to know, you know, I didn't even realize this was here. When you said Marty, and I'm going, who's that?
They hold meetings and get-togethers and a bunch of other stuff.
Good.
So,
yeah, I want to be part of that.
That's awesome.
Definitely. As long as you don't mind having an anarchist in your group, because I am.
Not at all.
Yeah. I know some people need to be ruled, but not this gal. This gal can rule herself. Hi, Popo! He was waving. So far, the cops they've all waved at me. They're all on film too, so they better wave, right?
Luke. Yeah. My middle name's Brad.
Oh, okay. I'm Greg Carter.
Nice to meet you.
I'm the head of the Unified Common Law Grand Jury in Post Falls.
Okay.
We meet every Saturday from 10 to 12.
10 to 12 at the library, right?
Post Falls Library.
Right.
We're establishing a committee of safety. We're going to do it today, but we didn't get our public service announcements out in time. So we're going to have those this week. If you have time, please show up.
You betcha.
Yeah, let me know when and where. I just live down the street from the library.
10 to 12 every Saturday.
Every Saturday, okay,
Yeah.
except for today.
We were already there today.
Oh, were ya?
We were going to establish today, but we didn't have our PSAs out in time.
Right.
We get our PSAs out this week. have an establishment meeting next week, and then we're going to start moving forward.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We'll
There's a gal in Plumber that she would be here, but she had to be on her cow was getting ready to calve.
Oh yeah.
So she was on babysitting, but she was the one who was talking about wanting to go to that as well down in Post Falls, and I told her I'd go with her.
Okay, yeah, please do.
Yes,
Please come.
definitely.
We're going to put it together and start affecting.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, right on.
Helping the community to rise up.
Right.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
See you guys later. I gotta go.
How cool is that?
Yeah. A lot of supporters out here.
Oh yeah. I'm proud of you, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm proud to be an American. Okay, this is Rocky Hall, Lassen County Oath Keepers from Susanville, California. I'm going to do another interview with a local gal, and go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Jennifer Rose. I'm here from Burns, been here for about 5 years. I grew up in Lakeview on a ranch down there with my grandparents.
So I'm going to ask you about what's been going on here, because I'm just trying to get the locals' word out as to what's happening to them and how this has affected them. Now, as an outsider coming from California, Oath Keepers, what do you think of us outsiders being here in your town, and how has that affected you?
Well, it's actually helped quite a bit getting the word out, you know, to people that what we're going through in this county is pretty unique, considering most of the ground here is owned by feds illegally, and that we can't use the ground that we have. You know, ranchers have been droughted out or flooded out, you know, and it's ridiculous just to sell their land. You know, they say it's for mineral rights. They say it's just, you know, to have the ground. It's, you know, there's a lot of different stories out there as to why they want it. My husband and I have been trying to get permits to graze cattle for 5 years, and we don't even so much as get to fill out a application for it.
I'm doing the interview here at the Narrows out by the refuge, and you have a local ranch close by, and so you've got firsthand experience as to what's going on out here. Can you tell me from the beginning, when this first started, what has happened to you and what's transpired during this time?
Well, the militia never, you know, caused any problems with us locals. I mean, they were very polite, very upstanding people. I mean, they were, the militia was great, you know. I drove up there to see what was going on, you know, and...
up there as to the refuge. The refuge, okay.
And they met you with a cup of coffee and asked you if you were hungry, explained what they were doing, and when you go to town, you get met with an assault rifle, and I went to the courthouse today and almost got strip searched for having a button on my jeans.
Wow. So when they first took possession of the refuge, the things that have happened to you, I heard you talking earlier about being pulled over and the such. Can you go into detail about the things that have happened to you by the local law enforcement, as you were telling me earlier?
Well, I wouldn't call it local law enforcement. We've got so much law enforcement here now. The officers were state police that pulled me over. They originate from Bend. And yes, they followed me about 25 miles down the highway when I had a tractor sitting on a trailer on the back of my truck. And they followed me for 25 miles and then attempted to pull me over at the bottom of Wright's Point, which there's no stopping right there when you have a load on your vehicle. So I had to make it all the way to the top, and he says, well, you don't have a front license plate. And unbeknownst to us, out here, we don't tend to get bothered for stuff like that, but okay, it was a...
How long have you been going without a front license plate?
Oh shoot, that truck hasn't had it since we bought it several years ago.
Several years.
Yes, I have another one that doesn't have a front plate on it either that I had for years.
And you've been driving around Burns?
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, but then I was questioned as to why I came down to the Narrows. I am close friends with the owners here, come down, quite often to see how she's doing and whatnot, and yeah, they pulled me over for that and then gave me a written warning, wanted to know why I was down here, made some comment as to running the barricade with the tractor, which was hilarious to me, but then after we got let go, I had another sheriff follow us all the way to town.
Just because you had a tractor on the back of your...
I guess, I don't know, and he was a local, I don't understand why. I mean, it might not have been for me, but he did turn around and follow us all the way back into town. When this first happened, or when the murder happened up there, they had the roadblocks and the feds down here, and a lot of ranchers were getting pulled over, searched, and everything, and I ended up going to town and getting my kids because I feared for their safety because of the feds out here.
So you took your kids out of school?
Yes, I did.
And are they back in school? Yes. And how has this affected your children?
We try to keep neutral ground at the school.
And what, are they scared? Are they okay? Are they doing fine?
They're a little apprehensive because of the law enforcement.
Who are they apprehensive towards? Is it the Oath Keepers, militia, 3%ers?
No.
So what's their apprehension?
It's having the police officers in the school, having everything disrupted, having to me, the militia wasn't here for the children. They didn't need to have all this law enforcement extra inside the schools and stuff. To me, it was, it's just a power trip. And my kids, they're farm kids. They're not used to dealing with law enforcement, and they're used to guns. We have guns. We go shooting all the time, We go out and shoot rabbits and coyotes and stuff. And they're always there. They know how to use firearms, and they're not afraid of them. But having cops walk all over the place, and question them, about things, it's unbelievable. I've told them to just be quiet and don't say anything about anything.
I talked to a local lady that has pulled her children out of the school. Do you know if there's anybody that's pulling their kids out of the school because of what's going on?
I don't personally know.
Have you heard of anything?
No, okay. Not, and they wouldn't tell us anyway. I haven't heard of anybody doing it yet, but that's not to say they haven't.
Very tight-knit community out here where neighbors are 2, 3, 5 miles apart. You talk to each other. Have you heard any other stories about people being subject to searches out here?
Oh, yes.
Can you emphasize on any of the stories without giving names?
Oh, yes. There was one man and father that were pulled over out here and taken out of their rigs, handcuffed and put on the ground, and their vehicles were searched. They were searched. The son kind of got a little lippy, apparently, and was threatened with bodily harm by the law enforcement. They got searched several times before. They have a ranch down there past the roadblock. There's another person down there that also has a ranch, and they got harassed at least probably 4 or 5 days before they finally just were like, okay, well, we're going to be coming through here regardless of whether or not you like it or not. So,
well, they have to go to town and...
Well, yeah, they have to go feed their cows, too. There are some people that have land there that don't live there, but they have to go feed their animals, You can't just shut it down.
In order to feed their animals, they're subject to being pulled out of their vehicle.
Searched, yeah, and it started that Tuesday, or Wednesday actually, after the shooting.
Is this still going on at this time?
Anybody who wants to go down there, yes, they won't allow people to go through. The 2 ranchers are able to go through now without too much grief. So, but it was pretty bad there for the first week.
This is gonna, I'm hopefully gonna put this on the Oath Keepers website. And is there anything that you would like to say about what's going on in this county that has affected you? You're talking to the nation at this point. What would you like to say about what's going on, how it's affected you?
Well, I'd like our state to get back control of our lands instead of the government. I mean, it's ridiculous to have government run it from, you know, how many thousands of miles away. They have no idea what we go through to put beef on their tables. You know, I mean, they have no idea what you know, entails with ranching, the chaos that we have to put up with just the federal law around here. I mean, or the federal government in general. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, and this is so far the worst county I have ever seen. When I grew up in Lakeview, you know, they gave out permits to BLM land. It paid to help maintain the fences. You know, you maintained your fences, it maintained the ground. They were able to go do cleanup. You know, if they're worried about overgrazing, they always had grass meters down there. They were checked diligently. Once the grass was so high, you took your cows off and moved them. I mean, there was no problem. I have never seen a county so shut down and so owned or so, you know, driven by the government. I mean, and the ground's going to waste. I mean, they just leave it lay, you know, old grass, dead grass stays, you know, and new grass can't sprout up because it's not burned, it's not grazed. The wildlife doesn't graze it enough.
Did you know the Hammond family?
Yes, we knew about it. Yes, we've lived here long enough that, yes, I have met Steve.
And what do you think of the Hammond family? What's your perception of the Hammonds and the Bundys?
They did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. There is no reason why they should be in prison. Nothing. I mean, look how many fires the BLM starts on private ground without asking questions. I mean, you know, they started a backfire that put out a wildfire.
And is that common practice?
Yes, it is. It is common practice. I mean, it's ridiculous how they did it. It's all because the Hammonds are bordered on 3 sides. Their ranch is actually bordered on 3 sides by the refuge. And then they have a piece of ground that's bordered all the way around by refuge, and refuge wants that ground. They really do. I mean, and they have tried everything. They've tried locking the gates on them so they can't use the easement to get to their ground. I mean, they've done everything trying to get them to sell.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, years. I mean, you're talking 10, 20 years, you know, and this is
too long.
Yes, very too long. And it's in Malheur County too. I mean, there was a poor rancher over there that is going through the same thing. You know, every time they get awarded money from the BLM, it gets overturned. I mean, they've been fighting it for 15 years. And, you know, the government has endless funds.
Yes.
All they're doing is waiting for the rancher to run out of money. Yeah, it is very sad. I feel like our way of life is just disappearing.
How do you feel about how the local law enforcement, the sheriff and the such, how do you feel about how they have handled this situation?
Not well at all. Personally, I believe that all this other law enforcement shouldn't have come in. The feds should not be here. I mean, it's ridiculous.
This could have been handled at a private level.
Yes. In our county alone, we have 5 different law enforcement agencies. We have Hines Police, we have Burns Police, we have the Tribal Police, we have State Police, and we have County. Out of all of those people, and we have a big state police presence, because this is a central meeting point to hit Highway 20 to go to the valley.
Okay.
And there is some trafficking that goes on, drug trafficking and stuff. So yes, we have a high police presence just in our town alone. Why isn't that enough? I mean, why do we need Hood River? Why do we need Eugene? Or Lane County? I mean...
And they've all come in.
Oh, yes. We have probably another 5 different sheriffs, county sheriffs here from different counties.
I've personally, staying at the motel, they go by approximately every 20 minutes, easily every 20 minutes. I counted 3 in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And they're cruising through our parking lot. They're looking at our tags.
Yep.
And I was told because I have out-of-state plates that I would be pulled over. And I'm hearing a lot of that as well.
Especially Idaho. Idaho's a really good one. Yeah.
That's being pulled over. I'm going to end the interview with asking you, is there anything else that you would like to add? Anything at all?
I really wish the feds would go home and let the locals get, I mean, everybody agrees that the 4 people that are left there should go home. I mean, it's beyond time. You know, everything is being fought in the courts now, whether or not it's going to help. I mean, it has brought a lot of attention to this, which is very good. But at this point, those 4 people really need to go home, and they're not going to leave with the feds here. The feds need to go home. Let the locals get them out of there, because it would be very simple. You know, I mean, we could go up there and have a peaceful conversation. They're not going to shoot anybody. That was never the intention for anybody to get hurt.
And speaking to the United States public right now, is there anything that you want to tell them as an American citizen?
Just that, you know, this has been the way of life for how many years? I mean, thousands of years. This is where we all started from. All of our families started from this. Yeah. And it's very sad to see it disintegrating to nothing. I mean, do we really want to become a country where the government is completely in control of all the cattle, all the food? I mean, do we really want to do that? Or do we want to have the right to be able to do the things that we are supposed to, that our forefathers gave us the right to do?
Did you go to Chris Ann Hall's Constitutional?
I was not able to. My husband works in Alaska, so I'm home taking care of the ranch and my kids by myself. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a lot on my plate.
Okay.
Yeah, I take care of everything here while he's working. So.
Okay, so you're home alone with the kids and putting up with this and dealing with this as a single parent at this time because he's gone. And so the stress on you personally.
Yeah, just with the law enforcement. I mean, you know, it sucks to be harassed. You know, especially when you're driving down the road with a tractor on a trailer.
By yourself? Were you in the vehicle alone?
No, I have my kids.
So you're a female with kids in the vehicle, and you get pulled over and asked, like, if you're going to ram the barricade.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I had to question that because it didn't make sense to me. Okay. I'm going to end this interview with saying thank you so much for allowing me to talk to you and get onto camera. And I'm going to try my best to get this out there, so thanks.
Thank you.
Make this video, but it's only partially wrong and partially correct. OPB usually gets things right, actually, especially with the Bundys. They've had a really good rapport with OPB, believe it or not, even with their slant and everything. But they've done well to do good quotes and things like that. Thing is I called the Bundy Ranch and spoke with Harold Bundy, and it's not entirely inaccurate. It's just that he's not going to come that soon. He's got loose ends to tie off with some very serious business. And he can't just run out the door with the business he's working on right now. I didn't ask if I can have permission to talk about what business he's working on, but I could tell you it's very important. And if he were to run off, you know, and things were to get mucked up at all, well, that would not be the appropriate measures to take. So at this time, he is not planning to come as soon as it was reported in the OPB. But one day, soon, Cliven Bundy, Nevada, will come to Oregon, and he will be visiting his sons for obvious reasons, and he will come with peaceful intent, and he will come to help fix what's broken and continue to carry the torch, but just not at this time right now, because there are recent events that have occurred that require his full attention, understandably, and until he feels that his job is done on that mission, then he will come to Oregon and bring with him the Constitution and then enforce it, if it won't be enforced by those that we gave powers to temporarily. We temporarily gave those powers. And since they aren't doing their job, we'll enforce the Constitution. all of us. But that day, and that can be done peacefully. That's not going to be Thursday of this week, though. Okay, so I just want to get this correction done. I let the family know the temperature I got was a hugely positive response. So it won't be a bad thing when Cliven does come. It's going to be an awesome thing. A powerful, constitutionally powerful thing. So I was able to give them the temperature I was able to take from the report that OPB put out. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine. That report went out, and we got a good temperature on the Patriot community's response on how much they love the sound of Cliven Bundy coming to Oregon.
Coming from the Bureau of Land Management that they were threatening people's rights and creating a hostile environment. Many times, sorry about that, I double printed. The House Natural Resources Committee, chaired by Doc Hastings, released the following statement. Washington, D.C., July 24, 2014. The Subcommittee on Public Lands and Environmental Regulations held an oversight hearing on threats, intimidation, and bullying by federal and land management agencies. This hearing continued committee oversight into bullying by federal land management agencies and federal law enforcement agencies on private, state, and federal lands. State and local governments, ranchers, business owners, and private citizens have been subject to threats, lack of cooperation, and numerous unfair and heavy-handed taxes.
To kind of update, it's a little hard to get video and with everything that's going on. So just to kind of give you a little verbiage on what I'm seeing here, I see a lot of military, a lot of weapons of mass destruction, not necessarily your bombs and things, but you know, ARs and assault type rifles, and none of that from the crowd. I did witness a little bit ago, myself and Thom both were kind of in the middle of a conversation with some of the local people that are still standing their ground that they need everybody to go away. Well, I made a point to this guy and watched some things be swayed the other way a little bit, and actually had some of these folks approach me and thank me and apologize for their original take on this. But back in late 80s, early 90s, my dad and I were here in Harney County for over a year, installing a Diefenbacher press, which a Diefenbacher press came from Russia originally, and was installed here to build glue lamp beams. Well, since then, this entire mill here and the whole forestry industry has been folded up and is non-existent anymore. The building sits now vacant with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment in there. So, like I pointed out to the guy, you know, those people weren't telling me to go home when I was here trying to produce jobs for them. But as they are looking at this, and they're not looking at the big picture, they're looking at strictly the impact on the community and the fear. Well, from what I've witnessed out here today, firsthand, is that the fear is not being brought upon this community by demonstrators and people that are here supporting the cause of government overreach and the wrongful death of Lavoie and a lot of the other issues that have come here. The real fear of the people is coming straight from the involvement of the armed forces, the FBI, the police force. There's a lot going on here that more directly involved with the bigger picture of government overreach and things, and directly started basically with the ranchers here. But if y'all just take a few minutes to just kind of stop and absorb some of this and think about it from an open mind, and truly look inside of your choice of events that you try to do for recreation with your family and your friends, you'll see the link, and it's there. You know, I challenge all of you to go out and get educated about this. I didn't come over here to get in the middle of a big gunfight and a bunch of this kind of stuff. I come over here to educate myself and to make a stand for our United States constitutional rights, gun control, overgrazing, government overreach. I mean, you could just go on and on and on. I particularly like the connection with what's going on with our sand dunes over there, and I ride, so I see this stuff firsthand, and I'm associating the links here. So if people would take a minute to truly get over the initial shock of all of this, that this is happening right here in a little area like Harney County, that and really truly identify how it links in your personal life, I think that a lot of people would look at this a lot different. And like I said, I personally witnessed it happening within a group that was here trying to stand against the movement that's here right now, and the call to action folks, because they don't want the uprising here in Harney County. Well, in some sides of that I agree, but I also disagree with the fact that it has to happen somewhere, and there has to be a stand taken against our federal government that of overreaching and working outside of their realm of what they were originally designed for. I challenge all of you to go out and get a copy of the U.S. Constitution. It comes in cute little pamphlets like this. Read it, get familiar with it, learn your rights, not just what you've been told, but the actual concrete foundation of what has built this country, and how these laws have been changed and rewritten through every one of these government tours, whether it be for 4 years or 8 years or however long they're in. Every one of them has put their own new spin on it. So my personal opinion is that if we get back to the basics and start raising our families with values, morals, purpose, involve Lord Jesus Christ back in our world, be proud of the country we live in, stand up for what's right, and stop allowing the big brother, if you will, to come in and basically tell us how we're going to be and what we're going to be. There's some stuff here that is a little make a guy a little nervous. You realize real quick how small you are in the big punch bowl that we call the United States. When you're standing out here, you know, with 20 people that I'm actually standing here with and a part of, but for the thousands that are here and the protesters that they're doing and the different sides of it, it's pretty humbling. So take a minute, hug on your kids, love on your wife, love on your husband. Be thankful for the fact that we do live in a free state or a free country and have the right to do this and to be a part of this kind of an assembly. Again, I'm trying real hard to stay focused on my mission, and that is to be here and get educated and be heard and have a voice against the overreach of the government and the fact that this right here is truly the concrete of what this nation stands on. So one nation under God, in God we trust. God bless all. And you know, it's pretty humbling. So I'll get back to you in a bit. God bless.
You know, I really want to play this because it's important, but I am really concerned it's going to copyright strike me, and they've been beating the hell out of me. So, jump up to YouTube and watch it for yourself. It's called More Ranchers Fighting BLM. Ron Dwyer. Go up there and find that and take a look at it. We're gonna get some prepared for some other stuff here in about 15 minutes, so just kind of hang tight. Yeah, I got some goodies for you in a minute anyway, so I can get them off here. So just stand by, please. Alright, one of my terrible... I suck at doing video. I can barely hold these cameras still. It kind of give everybody an idea of what's going on here and what we do here at this radio station. And now TV station. So you understand that this isn't just some dude on a laptop with a PSL connection. First of all, we'll start out at where this starts. It starts here with a 300 meg fiber connection feeding into the office. That right there, $500 a month, plus taxes and fees, and I think by the time they're done with me, it's like $564.18 or something like that. And then we have this. My wife mans this station. This is the telephone switchboard for Studio B. That's the actual broadcast station for Studio B. This here is my personal computer and the switchboard for Studio A. To back up, and the light's terrible in here. Everything looks red. Then I have 4 monitors in front of me. That's Studio A. That's my workspace and Hawk's Nest. And that's the automation center that runs all of these stations. There's our FM transmitter. That is called a compressor gate, and I use an older version style tube one, so it's not as snappy and bouncy and digital. There's the mixer, an audio board for Studio A. There's my lime juice. There's my vitamins and medication, a steamer. Here's my Bang Bangs without any Bang Bang food in them. And this is the new TV station. This is new equipment here that I've already dropped $490 on in the last 2 weeks. Streaming from the video station, a 32-inch screen. This is my motto. Some sides of that I agree, but I also disagree with the fact that... So, to kind of give you an idea just what a pain in the butt this is sometimes, is I get people complaining at me over here on this computer when I'm doing a live stream about this or that, or the audio's out, or the chat's not working right, or they're having some intestinal problems or gas or something, but I'm not here. I'm over there. I can't see you here. I can only see you over there. So, if I start sounding a little crunchy on air when people are haranguing me about this and that, it's because you can harangue at me all day over here. I'm not there. Dave's not here. Mike's over here. Nighthawk.
My personal opinion is that if we get back to the basics and start raising our families,
Arriba! Arriba!
Purpose. Involve Lord Jesus Christ back in our world.
Ozzy says later.
The country we live in, stand up for what's right.
Hello America, this is Call of Duty Goddess. Today is February 9th, 2016. I did a video yesterday titled Bombshell of a Harney County Honey Trap. Honey trap. It's a trap, okay? And it is a trap that is put in place by someone, organization, something to trap someone. Now, I'm going to explain to you this honey trap. I didn't do it yesterday because I was plainly too exhausted to do it. I hadn't slept the night before. I was up for 24 hours. I have a job, I have a business, I have a family, I have children, and I have a home to take care of. And I'm doing this constantly. So I'm a very, very busy person. Now, honey trap. It's a trap set up by a person or organization or thing, usually a government, to entrap people from doing something. Now, I'm going to tell you where I come up with that idea. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to look for videos to prove it. I'm just going to tell you. When the standoff happened at the Bundy Ranch, okay? The militia won. I explained this in the video that I did before this about the bombshell, okay? The militia won at the Bundy Ranch, okay? It pissed Harry Reid off. It pissed Barack Hussein off, okay? So, after that came Sugar Pine Mine. After that came Operation Big Sky. The militia won. I am repeating this from the other video. The militia won. It really infuriated, okay? It infuriated the administration, Harry Reid, Hillary, Rodham, Clinton, okay? It infuriated all these people. They then started working on Jade Helm, I believe, immediately after the Bundy Ranch, okay? Now, there's a reason for this, okay? The reason is uranium. Uranium is more valuable than gold, okay? Now, we have a fiat currency backed by nothing, okay? Our fiat currency, okay, is the petrodollar. It's traded on global markets. It is the world currency. Other countries have to purchase our fiat currency in order to trade globally. Where am I going with this? You will see, okay? When the yen, which is backed by gold, is coming into play more and more. In fact, 3 weeks ago to a month ago, the IMF accepted the yen into play. That means, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, it will be probably within a year or two, probably less than that, within a year, that the global currency goes over to the yen. And it'll be a slow process. But as a nation, since we have used a fiat currency, since there is no gold in Fort Knox, and the IMF doesn't have any gold, the IMF is a private corporation anyway, we will be left as a nation without anything for a currency, since the new global currency will be the yen backed by gold, okay? That is where I'm going with all this. Now, this is why the big land grab of the Hammonds and the Bundys are going on. This is why the Obama administration are acting like terrorists. They acted like terrorists by, number one, charging the Hammonds with double jeopardy. This was a honey trap set up by the Obama administration by, number one, charging the Hammonds with double jeopardy. Number two, convicting them of a crime that they had already served time for, and adding on to that the charge of terrorism. Number three, put them in jail for 5 years. Number four, they set up the date, and I've repeated this all in another video. They have set up the date for the Hammonds to turn them in. Magically, 2 days before that date, new sheriff's in town. The governor was not voted in. Okay. Now, I'm telling you, and I don't care what you believe, with all that evidence, there is a honey trap. It is set up by the administration. I believe wholeheartedly Lavoy Finicum was killed. I watched it. It touched my soul. I'll never forget that. And because of that, I will work, and I have let everything that I could possibly do go, because I'm going to find the answer. I'm going to do something about this. It is a honey trap. I don't care how you define it. This is a honey trap by the Obama administration, because the militia made them look so bad. Again, said this in another video. The militia has won. This is the administration's way of getting back at them. This is a honey trap. I will repeat it. Done by the administration. I believe the testimony of Victoria as well as Shauna Cox. Their testimony, the differences, the inconsistencies in their testimony are so that these two people, I can tell you, haven't spoke since. So when two people that witness the same thing have different testimonies that are consistent yet inconsistent, that tells me they both witnessed the same thing and they haven't spoke to each other. That's a good thing. I believe them both, because I believe Shauna Cox comes from a place where she knows all these people. I believe that Victoria comes from a place where she just met these people. She just got to know them. I am saying it again. They are charging Ammon Bundy. They are charging Pete Santilli, the Obama administration. This is all done by the administration and his goons. They are charging them with all these phony, bogus charges as a honeypot to get people pissed off, because he has let out, the Obama administration now has been letting out convicted felons out of jail. And what was it? He gives them $4 grand after a year or so. Yeah, he's going to give them $4 grand after a year or so. So right here is Hitler. Hitler over again. This man is terrorist. What in the hell? What administration, what agency on the planet would show a video like that of Lavoy Finicum? They put it out there online. They showed that video of Lavoy Finicum being killed as a honey trap to infuriate people like me, like you, Veritas Fox. So I'm saying, I stand by what I say, that this is a honey trap, and it is done to good, hardworking, honest American people. And it is a honey trap. Watch my videos. Tell me it's not a honey trap. This is Jade Helm. This is why Jade Helm was created. And if you don't believe me, well, that's up to you. The evidence speaks for itself, though. The evidence speaks for itself. Two more things. I'm going to be taking down 2 videos. The one of that judge. I don't know whether to believe him or not. I put that up because my emotions were running high and I wanted it to be true. It may not be true. I'm not saying it is or isn't. There are inconsistencies with that, so I will be taking it down. Another video I'm going to take down is that guy, that cop guy, the screechy voice guy. His voice irritates me and he drops a lot of F-bombs, and that bothers me. So I'll be taking those 2 videos down. And I will use the term honey trap because that is exactly what it is. And it is done by the Obama administration. And after, I'll reiterate here, after the Bundy standoff, they started working, the Obama administration, Harry Reid started working immediately and diligently on this little translucent clog here, the translucent sabbat. So there you have it. That's me. And for anyone to get up there and cuss like they did about a video I did, when I show all the evidence like that, I think you are the problem. This is Call of Duty Goddess signing off, and I will be doing another video to further explain the evidence and proof that I have. This is Call of Duty Goddess signing off, and as always, I've got your 6.
I'll be going live with David here in a few, but I want everybody to see this again. Because with this enhanced and cleaned up, filtered video so you can see what's going on, there's something important at the end of this, that when they got up to the boy, they took his hat off. One man held his arms. You can see that. And I can't tell. It may be a handgun. It may be a very short, like AR-15, you know, one of the reduced length ones. But you can see the recoil of two bullets being put in his head. It is so obviously clear. Once you understand what you're seeing, it's going to freak you out. I think people seen the video I did on, some of you seen the video I did on it earlier, and it is just disgusting beyond any belief. I'm gonna turn this music down so I don't get copyright knocked right off the, so I get copyright knocked off the video or off of the live stream. Besides, your eyes aren't activated if your ears are too. If you're just watching this in silence, because that's what we had anyway, was just the sound of silence while we all watched this in horror. Okay, thought it was a handgun at first, but it's one of the shorter rifles. Recoil. Now watch this closely, right here. And he's holding him. This asshole is holding him. Recoil, right there, in the head. And if that doesn't disgust you, or get anybody to freaking wake up, I don't know what will. Because they're coming for you next, whether you think they are or not. I have people that talk about marijuana soap that think they're after them. They instead of blaming their crappy ass junk box computers and their shitty internet connections and just technology snafus, everybody thinks everybody's after them, but realize that they're not after the people that just are rambling on or talking about weed or astrology or interesting soap. They're coming after the people that want their freedoms back. Alright, I'm going to attempt to call David. I'm almost afraid because if I call him, it seems like something freaking crazy happens up there every time. All right.
There we go.
Okay, you did that completely.
I want to add you for some reason. I don't understand. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Not too bad, but you did that exactly different, exactly the opposite of what I asked you to do.
No, drop Studio A. Well, we'll go ahead and do that right now, and we can reconnect.
There you go. Yeah, drop everything, and then we'll reset.
10-4, going live.
All right, now we're back. Yes, we are back to being live. That way, because I can't take calls or inject calls unless I have control of the thing, and you don't have all the. And I think you got a call out issue anyway, don't you?
At this point in time, yes, I sure do.
All right. Let's get.
All the call-in numbers were coming into the call-in number via YouTube. Thank you, folks, for joining us. If you're listening to us live throughout the nation, through the airwaves and the internet, awesome. If you're joining us on YouTube, thanks for joining us. Goodness, a lot of things have been going on. A lot of posturing, a lot of grandstanding.
Yeah. How's my? Do I get that echo a bit under control now?
You're not cutting out in my ears at this point in time.
Oh, that cut out.
I'll have my link chick, Miss Shannona, go check on the YouTube channel just to make sure, because that's where it was happening the most. When I was joining you last night live, it was fine as far as being in my ears, but what was coming out on the other end was...
David, that was purely YouTube.
That's what I'm saying.
It was a YouTube issue. It had nothing to do. Finally got it resolved. I ended up having to crank back my resolution a little bit, so they didn't like my 300 meg fiber blowing up their.
Nice to have the power. It is. Deb Jordan's going to be joining us in a little while. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been trying to get some situations straightened out. The Narrows campground, the woman that owns that is getting threatened. Calls all over the country threatening her life. The FBI is now set up. A bunch of, basically, I'll just call them tanks. They're as dangerous as any World War II tank I've seen anyway. Bristling with crap and guns and... And somebody said to me, somebody made the dumbest comment I have ever heard today. They said to me, well, how are you going to make any changes when you do anything at the point of the gun? And I'm like, the only person that made or ever pointed a gun and made a threat and used that force was not the Patriot side of this thing. It was the freaking feds, and whoever did it, whether it was OSP, Fire, Blackwater, aliens from Neptune, it doesn't really matter. Those are the people that used violent and deadly force. Nobody on this side of the fence.
Boost your mic some more there, bud.
Oh, I meant to turn down the compressor, and I turned down the gain. Anyway, there you go. That better?
I could better. I'm just wondering about YouTube, and we'll find out.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I meant to turn down my compressor, and instead of turning down my compressor, I turned down my gain.
Gotcha.
You should be fine now.
We're going to be fine. So, I know you've been busy today, Hawk, so
what I was saying, and I doubt anybody even heard me, was I got the most ridiculous comment I ever heard saying that us guys, us patriots and militia, and just, us people on this side just wanting our freedoms back. What do we expect to happen if we do it at the end of the point of the gun? With threats from the end of the point of the gun, and the only threats and deadly force that have been used at the end of the point of the gun is not us, it's them.
We've had our guns holstered.
Yes, and I don't know why
not done a thing yet.
Yeah, and why the piss can't anybody understand? Why the hell can some of these people not understand that? Many people do, but many people don't. And I just before you came on, I just presented, and I've presented this several times today, a video very clearly, after it's been cleaned up by this video guy, showing that after all this went down and when those guys surrounded Lavoie, you can see that short AR-14 or AR-15, I keep clicking the wrong buttons anyway, or whatever the hell it was, some kind of short firearm. It wasn't a handgun, but it wasn't a full-on long gun either. You can see the recoil of 2 shots to the head while they're holding his arms. Or either that or they had a knee on his chest. You can't tell perfectly, but, we really need to make the biggest clamor anybody has ever heard to see that lapel and dash cam footage now. Not later. Not when everything cools off and nobody cares anymore, but now. Yeah, I'm pretty hopped up about this. I'm a hopping mad.
You're not the only one, brother. I keep myself pretty contained and pretty on a cool level, but what's inside of me is boiling. Absolutely boiling. We do this. We get out there and we talk to people, and we make ourselves known. We're not the ones that are out there, on the streets, though we do have reporters out there getting the information, bringing it to us, bringing it to you folks. We're doing the work to bring it to you folks. This is a tough job, and Mike sitting behind the desk in there, pulling out what hair he has. This is a tough job. And I heard a comment the other day during the live stream about all the armchair mouse clickers that say they're going to do this and they're going to do that. We're here. We're here to do it for you. We're trying to bring you as much information as we possibly can. Lamestream Media is not going to give it to you. Some alternatives will. We've had boots on the ground, and we're continuing to do the live streaming as much as we possibly can and try to bring you as much information as quickly as we can.
Yeah, some of these guys out there, this supposed alternative media, I really respect Chris Green, AMTV, and he's kind of kept his mouth shut about this for a long time, and he finally came over and actually said something about it, and you can tell he just been back kind of analyzing the situation, see what's going on, and continued on with all his other stuff. But and I was very impressed by the video, and you could tell he was upset. Speaking about Lavoie and all that, I'd play it, but I'm not sure what our terms are, whether it might piss him off or something if I run his stuff, because he's a pretty popular YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But, a lot of these alternative media guys, and I'm not pointing my fingers at anyone or saying anybody's names, but a lot of them, they're just doing it for personal glory of some sort, or to create drama, or, whatever, you know, it's like, if I'm just doing a show that's just me talking about stuff I think, I might present my own personal situations, but when I'm out there doing a show that includes everybody else, which is most of the time, lately between 6 and 9 hours a day, you know, I try to keep my personal full slant out of this. You know, I have my opinions like everybody else does, but I try not to turn this into drama. And I also don't do it in 3-minute snippets, so I maximize my commercial time value for the start of every video.
Right. And, oh yeah, kudos on the intro on YouTube.
Do what?
I said kudos on the intro on YouTube.
Oh, I've had that for a while. I just never had anywhere to use it.
Now you do. I love
it. Here's the other one. That one's even got noise. All right, let's see if Deb's ready.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Deb on here.
She had a pretty eventful day, I guess. FBI tried to get not only their OnStar information of the car, they told Enterprise to report the car stolen. The car she's renting that's paid
I heard that a little bit this earlier. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Hi, this is Deb.
Hey Deb, how you doing? This is Nighthawk. I got my wingman David Rathbone here with me as well. I heard you had an eventful morning.
Oh man, did I ever? Yes, I did. I woke up to a knock on the door, and it was the Gresham City Police, and they informed me that they had a report that the vehicle that I had parked in the parking lot here at the hotel has been reported as stolen by Enterprise, the rental company to which we have rented this vehicle for over a month now.
Right.
Yes.
You know what? Go ahead.
Well, so I called Enterprise, and they told me that they had received a call from the FBI stating that Pete had been arrested and incarcerated since January of the 16th, and that 2 unauthorized women were planning to use the car to drive to from Portland to Burns, where there's an ongoing siege of a wildlife refuge there.
Here, I got a quick question for you. I just wikied unauthorized women. I can't find a definition for that.
I know, right?
Anyway, go ahead.
So I immediately called Pete's attorney, and he called the rental company to confirm, and indeed they confirmed and told him that the FBI had called them. Now, I don't know why they felt compelled to do that. It's still kind of a mystery. We can guess, but it's not their place. First of all, it's not even their place, and it definitely tells me that I'm being surveilled.
Right.
Definitely. I mean, tell me, Deb. I mean, what ensued after it? I mean, where did you end up going with this? I mean, did you just did you get everything straightened out or not? Or I never did hear.
Well, I did. I called Enterprise, and they gave me the information about the FBI, but they did take the car because, as far as they were concerned. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. As far as they were concerned, that Pete being incarcerated you know, made the contract null and void. It didn't matter whether it was being paid or not, you know, and which it was, by the way. Some internet sleuths have been out there, you know, saying that, you know, it wasn't paid for, but I actually talked to them yesterday, made sure everything was good to go, and we were even talking about renting it on a monthly basis instead of on a weekly, because it would save us money. So I was in contact with them yesterday, and that's why it was kind of really surprising. But I think what's more alarming here is the fact that they are watching me so closely, and you know, and I haven't done anything. I haven't been accused of anything.
Well, yeah, it was clearly repercussions for you putting Pete's message out from jail last night. I bet you anything.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Pete's attorney called the U.S. Attorney's Office and filed a complaint against the FBI for what they did, and you know, we're all saying, even, you know, Pete's attorney is saying this is a clear-cut case of retaliation, you know, and just like all of this has been, it's retaliation because they don't like what Pete said about them over the years. They don't like that, and you know, he has every right to do it. So the only way that they can make us miserable is to arrest him on some trumped-up charges, and then just needle us and go after us and make us as uncomfortable as possible. You know.
Hold on, David. I'm gonna stop that.
There we go. Are you still there?
Yeah, our break one of our breaks got ready to get started, and I had to run across the room and fix it. Go ahead.
So I mean, I have to say this because I know that a lot of people come after you, Nighthawk, and I know that even you have had questions about Pete being an FBI informant. I mean, surely, as the days go by and everybody sees what is happening here, that is quickly being discredited, that whole thing. Because, you know, listen, when you talk to somebody that you're doing some business with and they tell you over and over again that the FBI is contacting them, trying to get information, trying just to F up your day,
right?
You know, I mean, I think it should be pretty clear to everybody by now that, you know, if Pete were an FBI informant, that
well, yeah, you know, everything
this stuff wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, everything I ever heard came from other people and never from Pete. I think I had Jared go down and try to talk to Pete down at Nevada when I first even learned who you guys were. You know, we had Jer Bear down there, and that was a little strange. But anyway, to try to, just everything was so strange down there as well, and that our whole reporting attempt down there went to complete crap. But still, and then after that, everybody was in my face with this stuff about Pete, and I'm like, all right, well, you know, I have no way to contact Pete, whatsoever. How would I ever know? You know, because you guys are so busy all the time. You know, it's not really easy to contact any of you, and I'm sure you get the same or more email than I did. You know, I got up at 8 o'clock this morning, did my station chores, and got my archives uploaded, and started working through my email. It literally took me till 5 o'clock this afternoon just to go through my email.
Yeah.
Because there was just so freaking much of it, and a lot of it is important, and now I got to be careful and go through my spam folder because I got stuff sneaking over in there. So
right, yep, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I know what you're going through.
So anyway,
all the sympathy.
You know, I remember, you know, the night he got arrested, I said, well, folks, I guess all the people that say Pete's a Fed, and I guess we're going to find out now, aren't we?
Right.
Right. So.
Right. And you know what's really interesting about that is I've yet to receive one apology or one retraction. You know, they've gone a little quieter now, but still.
Yeah, I don't.
Still throwing out their garbage.
Yeah, I don't think any of those people are going to apologize to anybody. None of them seem to be apologetic in nature in the first place.
Exactly. You know, even mainstream media has the people they rail against all the time has the tact to retract something and apologize if they get it wrong.
Right.
You know, that's the one thing. You know, that's another thing about alternative media. You know, they go after mainstream media all the time for, you know, telling half truths or lying to the people. But for some reason, because they're alternative media, they feel they have the right to do it.
Right.
They can get by with it. They can go after and target and single out one person, like they're the IRS or, you know, or the FBI. You know, they play their games. They play the same exact game. And then they expect to be taken seriously, you know, in media and be considered truthful people, you know, and want people to read their stuff. But
right.
You know what? I'm learning really fast that a whole lot of their, you know, this stuff that's out there about Pete Santilli right now is born out of the same stuff the FBI is doing to him right now. It's vendetta and it's retaliation. Because Pete didn't conform to what somebody wanted him to do,
right.
And because he told them to F off.
Right, you know,
and they don't like it.
And there, you know, I find there's different types of media. There's mainstream media, there's alternative media, there's dual media, there's regurgitation media, there's, you know, and I think the biggest problem is everybody's really disappointed that the world didn't end at 2012 and they don't have anything to talk about now.
You know what? I think you might be right.
I almost know I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like we got a lot of these days, right?
Yeah. You know, Planet X has been going to hit us like 15 times in the last 4 years, and it's yet to show itself. All these people are running out of stuff to talk about. So now they're forced to either actually cover the truth, in which the only way they can actually do that is to actually get out in the field and cover it, or just regurgitate everybody else's stuff. So we've just turned, you know, alternative media has turned into two things. What I'm doing, what you're doing, and then a few other people, but the rest of them are just regurgitating what we're doing with their own slant.
That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly, and I have to give you kudos for sending people out to burn. I think that is, I have to give you your kudos for that, because most people didn't, and you did. You went that extra mile to see what was happening on the ground, and I bet the reports that you were getting back from your people far differed from the ones that were being put out there on the internet and through internet rumor.
Oh yeah, you know, and I still ain't figured out why TVOI was trying to get in our way while we were out there reporting.
You know, I have something interesting about that. They took their website down.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Sounds very dark. Somebody who reported that to me today. I don't know if there was a glitch or something happened, but the website is down.
I know they released an article called "Something Strange in Burns," which people have been having a hard time keeping the article up anywhere because it really kind of strikes at the heart of it.
Well, I do know that the young black man, his name is Brandon, who was traveling with Mike Emery, was arrested yesterday.
Right.
In Burns.
For what was he arrested
for? On an old warrant. He had stolen a gun in Kansas.
Oh.
Somewhere in Kansas. And they picked him up on an old warrant. Said it didn't have anything to do with the refuge, but he has been arrested.
Yeah, they're going to scrub everybody's background all the way back to birth. I'm just glad I ain't done. You know, I did a couple of stupid things when I was real young, but I did my thing. You know, for those stupid things I did, and have not gotten haven't got my nose dirty since. But hey, there's David with new baby Addie. How you can't see it, Deb, but Dave's got a new a little girl here. She's not even a year old. She's waving to us.
Aww. Aww.
But anyway, yeah, they're gonna comb everybody's butthole hair right now, and anybody that's had anything, because they're trying to clear it. We do have somebody new that actually lives near Burns. I don't know. Have you ever met Rancher Thom?
Rancher Thom.
Thom Davis.
Thom Davis.
Yes.
You know what? I'm not sure. I would know the face if I saw it.
Okay. Yeah, he's.
But there are so many names. There are so many names that over a month that I accumulated that
Right.
I may not recognize the name, but I would surely recognize the face.
Yeah, he's incredibly outspoken in that area, and I'm starting to work with him a little bit on a daily basis. He'll be in with us later. I don't know if you have time. I don't know if you have time, but after we get done, if you want to jump up on our YouTube and watch, we'll have him on. It's Weaponized Talk Radio, and he lives outside of Burns, and he's been doing between his chores. He raises horses and cows and stuff. He has acres everywhere. He has one pasture that's 100 miles away from his homestead.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, these ranchers out here in Oregon are hardworking. I mean, extremely hardworking.
Oh yeah.
They're good. They're good people. They're tremendous people, and which is one of the reasons we came to Burns in the first place. Came to Oregon was because we had heard stories and gotten emails from these people who were not only talking about the Hamlet, but they were talking about their own trials and tribulations with the BLM and the federal government, and especially in the county of Burns, where there is a corrupt judge and a puppet sheriff.
Yeah, it just never ends, and I don't know if you saw it. When I put out my video, I was mirroring somebody else's video. But somebody, a former soldier, took the video apart. He did some enhancement to it, and when I saw what he was pointing out, once it was enhanced and the color was fixed and all that stuff, I was absolutely disgusted. Again, I made that video this morning. It's a short one. You can go up on our YouTube and look at it if you like. And you can very clearly see that when they all surrounded LeBoy, he was still alive because he moved his arm. And then and then one of the officers held his arms down and they pointed over to another guy, and that guy came up and worked his way around, and it wasn't a full-length AR-15. It looked more like one of the shorter, like the AR-14 or even a Mach-9 kind of length rifle, and you can see the recoil of where they put the 2 kill shots into his head, and it is clear as day.
Yeah.
So, that just disgusted me this morning. And I'm telling you what, if that doesn't start getting people pissed off enough to at least try to wake up and do something, if you can't get out there and do something, help support us people out here that are doing something. Because, again, I hate to bitch, but, we brought in we're at $15 in 4 days. So, it's really important. I can't send people out in the field on no money, and we need to continue to be doing that, as well as you and anybody else out there that's actually getting out there in the field and covering the truth. Because it isn't just in Oregon; it's all over the West. We need to get somebody down that's going to spend some time with the Bundys and talk with them. We need to get some people down to Red River. We need to get some people over to that other Idaho ranch. I can't remember the guy's name. There's a ranch in Nye County that's having problems for 15 years. You know, it's not. This isn't an isolated. Yeah, this is not an isolated event, and it needs to be broadcast to the world. And if we don't get at it now, they're going to shut us all down.
Well, what I find really amazing about this whole thing, if there is any good thing that comes out of it, and that is that people are waking up. Pete has been reporting on this situation since 2013, right? We're coming up, we're coming up on the second year anniversary. 2014. So sorry. We're coming up on the second year anniversary of Bundy Ranch, and you know, Pete has been reporting on and having ranchers on the Pete Santilli show during that whole 2-year period, and the stories out there are just, it's horrifying what's happening in the Southwest with the ranchers. They're losing everything, you know, and these are people that, you know how hard they work. You're starting to find out. But the one thing that is absolutely true, and that is that all of this attention is really waking up a lot of people to what's happening out here, and for that we feel blessed for that. Yes, the message is getting out.
Oh yeah, I definitely know how hard it is. I'm a farmer myself, but I grew up personally on a 209-acre cattle farm, and then my family itself, as a whole, ran over 10,000 acres in Indiana. It's no easy job. You get up with the sun and you go to bed with the sun. If you get to do that. Area code 360. I'm not quite taking calls yet until we're done talking with Dev, so please stand by. So I understand the plight of these guys. They work hard, and then they're getting the fruits of their labor taken away.
Absolutely. That's absolutely what's happening.
All right, Deb, I got callers coming on. I don't know if you want to talk to any of them or not, because sometimes the trolls get through. But we do publish right in our chat room the phone number of any troll that comes through. Do you want to talk to anyone else?
I can for a few minutes. I'm expecting a guest here in just a minute, but I can.
All right, that's fine. You can hear him coughing in the background.
I can.
All right, area code 306. Here you go. You're on the air. Who dat and where you at?
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, it's Rudy Bruce calling. I've been analyzing the footage where Lavoie gets ambushed. Okay. And now there was one other theory that hit me about 4 or 5 days ago. And I kind of give it a lot of thought because there was a few theories that were out there, but it looks like on this, my final decision here, it looks like Lavoie was tased. That final shot that you think you see is him actually getting tased. Because he falls over like a tree, he stiffens up and he falls right over. Can you see that?
Yeah, actually, give me a second. I'm going to put a picture up of what is called a taser baton.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if everybody can see what I'm trying to show them, but it's called a taser baton. Now, this is a contact type taser baton you're seeing on the screen. But they also have, and only law enforcement and military can get it, that also shoots those darts out with the wires. And that's
the one.
Right. And then everybody says, and when you hold that thing out in your arm, it looks like a long rifle. And I've seen them be shot before in test. And, I had people, I thought it was a long gun at first myself, a sniper rifle. But, under further analysis myself, I saw exactly what you're seeing, and what you're saying. And the reason it looks like there's a muzzle flash is because that thing's putting out 300,000 volts, and it starts sparking the minute it comes off the end of that baton.
Yeah. Well, okay. Now I analyzed, okay, the whole thing. Okay, like if you notice after he takes that shot, okay, he's got. If you look at my video, I put up a video about it, okay, explaining everything. But if you're looking at the video right now, and right after he takes that shot, you'll notice that his right hand goes back to his gun holster on his right hip.
All right. Hey, caller, Deb's very busy. I thought maybe you might have had a call for Deb herself. Deb, I'll just go ahead and let you go unless you want to make a little response to that or anything, and you can get back to your day.
I do have one response, and that is, I know that everybody is very appreciative of all the work that everyone's doing and paying such close attention. Keep digging, never get up, always reveal the truth. And I'll see you guys soon, okay?
Thank you, Deb, for joining us. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Okay, you're welcome. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, caller, go ahead and continue.
Are you on to me now, or?
Yeah, you're back on now. I just didn't want to hold Deb up any longer than we had to.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so I'm live on the air now, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, now, after he makes that shot, okay, and you see Lavoie fall back, okay, you'll see that his right hand goes back to his holster on the right side of his hip.
Yes, yeah, he reholsters his firearm.
Okay, so when I was looking at that, he comes out of the spot that he's coming out, like from behind that tree, okay? And another thing I noticed that where he's coming out, if you look at the snow there, you'll see that he comes out and it looks like ATV tracks. Do you notice that?
Well, yeah. Also, and I reported several days to this. I tried to tell everybody, and I don't think anybody paid attention. I noticed
Okay.
I noticed two aircraft that were coming out of Seattle headed for Boise. They were flying way too close together to just be normal flights. I had somebody go to the airport and check it out. A bunch of basically the black clothes guys got off, got on a couple of short buses, were followed out of the Boise airport with a car trailer full of snowmobiles. And I tried to tell everybody. I knew I had a feeling what they were up to right then. And I ran a news report yesterday as somebody that went up there and walked that entire scene, so there were snowmobile tracks everywhere.
Yeah. No. Okay, but where the officer stops, you'll see in the snow there's ATV tracks. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've watched this thing 9 billion times. Every time I watch it, I see something else.
Okay, so as he's coming out, I'm saying, okay, that's pretty convenient to have ATV tracks there. So, I mean, it is a strong hunch that this was pre-thought of. This setup spot is almost pre-thought of because it's too convenient to have those tracks there. I mean, I'd like a bigger look at it. But anyways, he knows where his mark is. And if you see Lavoie, he's coming out of his truck. He's having a hard time walking in the snow. Okay, there's about a foot of snow there, and you'll see as he's coming out, he's having a hell of a time walking in that snow. Do you see what I'm getting at? Hello?
Yeah, we're still here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm getting at? So, see, when that cop has got to make that shot, it's got to be a dead-on shot. There can't be he can't be slipping in the snow for a twig or getting his foot caught in a hole or so. How do you know? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, making sure that he has a definite target without having to chase after.
He's got a proper footing to where he's going to make that sudden shot, okay, of a taser. So when he's coming back now, and he looks down at his hands, okay, he's already holstered his weapon, and he's looking down. That to me is his unhooking of the prongs.
Unhooking of the leads. Okay.
Or the leads, yes. Okay, that's where he's unhooking his leads. Now then he goes back a little more, I'm going to say the south, okay? I mean, it's kind of where you lose the shot, okay? Because the camera starts to focus up on the trucks. But anyways, 3 more individuals join him at that spot where he then starts to lay fire on the truck, and I think that is when they lay the 9 bullets into Lavoy Finnegan.
Yeah, we've looked over the video quite a bit ourselves.
All right, I'm back. I had to. I've been sitting here a while. I had to go take care.
Yeah. So
but during the video, you can see Lavoy recoiling from the shots. I mean, excuse me. You know, he had his hands in the air, and what I saw was the first first shot that went to him was to his lower left abdomen, in which he dropped his hands and reached for that area, which is with the FBI and whatnot. Everybody keeps saying he was reaching for a weapon in his pocket. Well, if you knew Lavoy, I mean, he usually kept a sidearm to his hip, and he was known to carry a holstered weapon. But, you know, being that it's a shoulder type, it's up underneath your armpit. It's not.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the shoulder strap. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to reach for a holstered weapon, it's going to be up underneath your armpit. It's not going to be down low where you're grabbing at.
Yeah. But you got to take into account that this is 9 shots into this guy. Okay.
According to them, there was only 3 fired.
No. The last final report. This is from the family.
Initially,
this was from the family. That there was 9 shots. Okay, so now 9 shots. I mean, you don't put 9 shots into a guy all at one time. You see what I'm saying?
No, true. I mean,
okay. So at no time,
if you're looking at the video, I mean, you've got 3 men lined up at the back of the vehicles, and you can see the recoil coming from each one of their weapons.
Yeah, but not. It's not necessarily that they would have gone into Lavoy.
Correct.
You see that? Okay. You see, the thing is, what ties this together, okay, in the way it is, as far as it being a taser shot, okay, is when that officer came out of the bush, you have now set up a crossfire between this officer and officers standing at the truck. You follow me?
Oh, yeah. It's a big no-no.
Okay, so you're not going to have, in this scenario, you're not going to have these officers that are near the truck or in that area firing on Lavoy because there's other officers standing in behind him.
Very good point made.
Okay, that's what was bothering me. That's what was bothering me with the crossfire thing, because if this officer is here, then these officers are not going to be firing on Lavoy at that time.
Actually, if you look closer at the morons on the right side of the video, one of them got hit.
Which guy? What?
One of the guys got hit. You see him get hit. I don't know if it catches him in the leg or something, but he got hit, and he takes off and runs and behind the truck. And the guy with the taser...
You're talking about the guy behind the blue truck?
If you watch really closely, you'll see one of the guys...
I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen the video more than
there's so much. There's so much
action. Are you
action.
talking about the cop that was in behind the blue truck closest to Lavoie's truck?
I'd have to go back and tell you the colors again.
Okay, the constable I'm thinking, or the person you're talking about, I think, is the person that was the charger, like when Lavoie was coming up first to that roadblock. There was a cop that jumped out, okay? And that
No,
cop
I'm not talking about the guy that jumped in front of the truck. I'm talking about the guy that shot Lavoie first, got hit in the leg or something, or the guy right behind him. I don't remember what. You know, Lavoie was a friend of mine, and I could watch that just so many times, and I had to stop watching it. A lot of people that didn't know him can watch that a lot more objectively than I can.
Okay.
So, just please understand that. But
I can understand that. But I mean, in my position, I look for little tiny details and all kinds of stuff, and the theories that we started with was, well, this guy was here and these guys are there, and it caused a crossfire and so on and so on, and then then that one theory hit me. Well, what if he was tased? Okay, so I began to look at that theory, and it makes more sense because of the fall Finnegan takes in the snow. And
I just posted a picture of that the type of taser baton I was talking about.
Okay, now if you hit somebody with a bullet, okay, you don't ridge up. You know what I mean? You feel the pain. You'll go to that source of pain. You might fall on your knees or something like that, to that effect, okay? In this case, when that officer hits the mark, which I explained, the ATV track, boom, he makes the shot, and immediately Lavoie freezes up and falls over back on his back. Okay?
Good grief.
Do you notice that?
Time flies by as you're having fun. Give us just a moment. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. But the implications of this are very severe here. If we can prove that there was a taser, then these cops are like, I mean, like this changes everything.
Yeah, again, I'll say it again. It's clearly a taser. It's a taser baton. It's not a taser gun. It's a taser baton that shoots out the two wires, and it will actually look like a muzzle flash because that thing starts sparking with 30,000 volts. They will take down a moose. There's no way he didn't go down when that thing hit him. And then you see that cop getting the hell out of the way when the bullets start flying. Because he goes to the left towards the woods, and then he actually he holsters his weapon and lays that taser baton down. And then some of the guys from the left hits another guy that was well behind the truck. You can see where they catch him, like in a leg or the hip or something. I don't know, but the guy jerks, turns around, and then runs behind the vehicles. So.
I hadn't noticed that guy running getting shot on a leg. I never noticed anything like that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of behind the action in a lot of ways. We're all focused on what is going on with Lavoie. But, it's like I said, I just can't watch it again, and it's been a week since I've looked at the full thing. Because it just makes my blood boil, and it just makes
I understand.
And it just makes my heart hurt, so...
Yeah, I understand totally, but I mean, the implications of what I'm getting at, and what if there is a way to prove this, these officers should be in jail.
They should be in frickin' jail anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you there too, but I'm just going from this their own footage, okay? But just the ATV tracks in the snow, they would have had a day or a couple of days or more to plan out what they were going to do. I mean, they must have been getting intel from inside the protesters from someone. I'm having a hunch on this Mark fella.
Well, we've had lots of hunches and things going around. Everything happened. We were talking back and forth about a lot of different things. we were had our hair standing up on end, wondering what was about ready to happen. We knew something was about ready to happen.
If you look on the tape, again referring back to the tape, and when that first stop was made, any camera shot that goes to his Jeep, you never see the doors open. You never see anybody around that Jeep. You never see anything except.
Yeah, they cut some video. There's no way they didn't cut video out there, because you never saw Ryan Payne jump out of that van, out of that truck, and he did get out of it.
Yeah, I watched. I took a closer look at that, and you can see the arrest in front of the van. On the right side, you'll see he's being taken under arrest right there.
Right, and I also had a picture. They shot the back windows out of that Jeep too. KOIN published that.
Which Jeep?
The Jeep that Eamon was in. Showing that
the truck.
No, Eamon was in the Jeep. The boy was in the truck. I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm talking about the first.
Mark. I thought
I'm talking about.
His name is Mark or something.
Yeah, I'm talking about the first stop, showing that the firefight started there. Well, there was no fight. Yeah. The attack was started there.
Yes, I've seen that too. One of the officers goes off to the right to make a clear shot into the cab of the truck, and then he comes back.
Yeah, nobody was supposed to survive that, except for right when it started. Just an average bystander drove up behind that and caught the whole thing. Nobody was supposed to survive that. They just got busted.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's to the advantage, because now, I mean, certain things are coming to light that they may have overthought of, okay? Such as that officer being in the woods like that. I mean, that's just totally absurd. You know, I mean, he's in a crossfire scenario to start with. So they're not.
I mean, what kind of any military, paramilitary, police force, anybody, who the hell puts themselves in their own crossfire? I mean, there was a stupidity along the lines of that all along, and we sent somebody out there and took some pictures. The whole thing's a slope. The road is running through a canyon pass, but one side of the road is a big drop off, and the side of the road that Lavoie took goes up. It's an embankment.
That's right.
So, you know, he could not have gone. If he had gone to the right, he would have flipped the truck going over the embankment. And
that's right.
So that's why he went to the left, and he had no control of that vehicle. There was no stopping it because they had hit it. They had hit the spike strips.
Yeah, that's right, and that's another part of the unlawful deadly force order that may have been given. But you're right. It's like an embankment. But I mean, again, where the cop comes out of the trees, it's been run over a couple of times with an ATV. You know. So, I mean, it's kind of like maybe they set this up a day ago, like before this whole incident happened. Maybe they planned it.
This was a setup. This was a setup days ahead, not just day before. We're talking.
Well, whenever it was set up, it was a setup because it was all staged in a sense, and they were, it was all prepped for the incident to take place.
It was an ambush. It was set up from the beginning. They had made definite plans how to do it, when to do it. Well, they didn't know exactly when, okay. But as we see it, the setup occurred when Lavoie made his contact with the sheriff in Grant County. That gave them the opportunity and the placement to be able to take care of that. Now, he made that announcement just before, I think that was on Saturday, that he made that announcement. From that time forward, there was talk of roadblocks going up, people being out on the street. Now, during this time, there was supposed to be people out there checking on this. I'm not going to name names, I'm not going to go there on, as far as the show is concerned, but there was people supposed to be out there checking, said nothing was happening. 2, I did my own checking, and I started checking traffic cams in the area. All the traffic cams had been taken down Sunday afternoon. I could look at any other place in the state, but besides on 395, 70, and 28.
So
they had that plan. They wanted to make sure no one else could see what was going on, so they took.
Definitely. Yeah, I believe that because of the techniques and what they're doing are highly unusual. The only thing is, I'm in Canada. I can't. It's too bad I can't drive down there because I would sure go there. But anyways, have you been to the spot where Lavoie was knocked down at all?
No, I'm actually in Kentucky.
I'd like to. So you're on live on the air now, right?
Yeah, if you go back through my videos, I have our video from us being out there at the site.
Okay, but are we live right now on the air?
Yes, we are.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, if there's anybody that is close to the location of where Lavoie went down, could you have another look at that site? And I'd like a better description or pictures or something of the ATV tracks that were just up on the hill there where the cop came out.
Dude, that site has been destroyed.
Oh, been destroyed, of course.
Oh, yeah. Between the people coming up there, the absolute lack of any CSI or crime scene investigation or crime scene protection or crime scene preservation. You're making it a little difficult to talk with me because we got it. You talk, I talk. Anyway, we've been up there, but it's been trampled over. Somebody went up there and destroyed the memorial they made for him, which has already been rebuilt, and they went and destroyed it again.
Oh, wow.
So.
That's terrible. But, I don't know. There's got to be some way to get it out there, figure out if that were the case, whether or not he got tased, because if he actually got tased, then we're looking at a whole different situation here.
Well, we want the dash cam video.
Yeah,
that's what we want. We want the dash cam video.
Yeah, there needs to be an absolute cacophony of noise from alternative truthers, patriots, anybody who's paying attention or even gives a crap. There needs to be a great clamor, cacophony of noise demanding that be released into the public.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we had Michael Brown dash cam footage in 7 minutes?
Wow. Yeah, there has to be accountability to this because, if we don't get accountability to this, then that means that the cops around wherever, I guess, can just pull you over and shoot you before they ask you anything.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think the only way we're going to be able to do this and somebody not dying over is we're going to have to pick somewhere with an inner city and go in there and burn down all their businesses and all their cars and run around like we've lost our mind and steal every TV from every store we can.
Well,
might finally get us noticed.
Yeah. But anyways, it's been a great chat with you guys. I think though that more investigation should go into the taser fact.
It's something that we'll look into a little bit. Believe you.
Anyways, okay. Thanks for talking with me, you guys.
Hey, no problem. You have a great day.
Okay, bye.
All right. Again, area code 702-605-4277 if you want to call in. Rancher Thom just called me at home. He just finished his chores and out feeding horses and stuff, and some of his pastures are 40-50 miles away from where he actually lives, so he's headed back home. He's going to call me home and let me know when he's available, and we can bring him in then. So, anywho. I know you can't see what I'm doing.
To look in there, you know, as far as the, you know, thinking about the taser. I was just looking at some other pictures, as far as what, you know, the other tasers could be. You know, you said the taser, you know, you saw the taser for Thom being put down, and you clearly see that he's holding a long rifle, what looks to be a long rifle. And I also saw that there's different types that attach direct to the gun itself, that detach once they've been fired or whatever. Now, I'm not a taser guy, so, you know, this is, thinking about this is a kind of new twist on the story. I mean, a definite idea to definitely look at. A little bit more investigating would be in order. For those that are out there listening, take a look, see what you see. See if you put the man or not. Michael? Mr. Cook, are you still there?
No, Dave's not here. Dave was over at the other computer.
Yeah, you know, we gotta get these two computers together, have them make love to each other so they can have little baby computers a little bit close together.
Yeah, it's your show. You talk. Let me go. I'm trying to get the video from the site where he was shot. So just go ahead and talk. Hold Addie up to the camera and we can just entertain everybody with little babies for a minute.
She did some entertaining already. I figured that she needs to get involved with the Revolution Radio. She's been wearing her Revolution Radio onesie a lot here lately, and been throwing her voice out there here and there. I thought she might do some talking this evening, but she was quite quiet. She was quite amused by the colors that were coming from my computer. So
that's really odd. I sent a link over here to that video, and it's not here. I don't know where it went. Well, here it is. Hold on. Okay, let's see here. All this stuff. I did a video just before this to show everybody what a really serious pain in the ass this is some days. Alright, I gotta turn this off, and then I gotta do this and add a different type of screen capture and put that up and set that in, and then increase the size so you can see it. And now's the video, and I'll start the video. We didn't spend a lot of time there. We just wanted to get just kind of an overview so people could see the ground view of where all this went down. So here's that, and there's no discussion in here, so you're free to continue talking, Dave.
as we're waiting for the video to come up here.
It's up. It's running on the live stream. It takes 3 minutes. It takes 3 minutes for that to buffer into YouTube. But you can see blood on the ground, right? If you notice, there's blood on the ground. Exactly where I said that officer got shot, and I got him to get a close-up of it. The guy, Sherry wasn't doing this video, but it's right there if you see. There's blood on the ground right there. Yeah. That's not LaVoy's blood. That's where they caught, and that's exactly where that one officer was standing that I said got shot. And that doesn't look like red clay to me. That looks like blood, frozen blood in the snow.
The one thing that gets me is how much brass that they did not pick up.
Oh, yeah, a lot of brass has been picked up since, and as soon as that snow melts, people will be out there with metal detectors and we'll get the rest of it collected. But, you know, that's like springtime.
Yeah, there's this thing called a snow shovel.
I don't, David. That literally. Sherry measured that. And she says it was hard enough that you'd step and you didn't sink all the way down, but it was about 3.5 feet deep.
Remember, you're talking to an Alaskan boy. That ain't nothing.
All right, David. Take your snow shovel and head on up there. I don't think Sherry was going to start shoveling snow. And you're not going to find brass with a snow shovel anyway. That stuff's hot when it comes out, and it would have melted all the way to the ground. It's going to have to take till fall to get it. And you never know. We might find Ryan Bundy's cell phone in there somewhere.
I would hope so. I would like to hear that audio. Yeah, you can definitely see the blood there on the ground.
Yep, and that's exactly where I said that officer got caught in the crossfire.
And then moving on, seeing all the different all the footsteps. Boy, there's a lot of footprints there.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I'm glad people got up there to put a memorial up, but that crime scene should have been preserved, and they did not preserve it at all. So, I mean, where'd you go, David?
I had a mute out there for just a second.
Oh, all right, there you are.
Okay, I'm still here.
You were going zoot, boot, zoot, 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 boot. No.
Yeah. I'm disgusted by the fact that people have been up there just destroy the memorial.
Your show, you talk.
I am talking. Are you not hearing me?
Just now. You've been silent for several minutes. Or several seconds, anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I've been talking right along. Maybe I've got a little buffering problem with my voice meter here. Maybe not. Shows I'm going out. Am I 5x5?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just find it so disgusting that people going up there to the memorial and just desecrating it. I mean, a man died, and died in the pursuit of trying to give us freedom, of making our lives better for our children, and just going up there and just, he's a piece of crap. If you knew the boy Finicum and the things that he did for others, you wouldn't think that way of him. You wouldn't have even given a thought.
Oh yeah, there was a law enforcement appreciation day after LeBoy was killed. I saw the video today. I can't run it because the idiot that uploaded it's freaking upside down, and I can't figure out a way to fix it with my live stream. But it shows David. What's his name? The sheriff, David. Anyway, the sheriff is like, what's that thing that people do when they dance when they're butt shifting or whatever? What is it called?
What?
Twerking.
Yeah,
yeah. You got the sheriff twerking with an FBI officer. They're all celebrating jailing and all them guys and killing the boy. It was called an officer appreciation party the day after.
Do me a favor, send me that video. I'll fix it.
It's somewhere on YouTube. It's somewhere on I was somewhere on something.
Find me the link. Find me the video. I can fix it.
Where is it? I gotta go find it first.
I just find it with the as busy as I've been working, not trying to find any type of videography. It's been tough. What's my yeah, no, life takes precedent.
It's in here somewhere.
Doing this on the and the spare time that I do get, I find it very rewarding. Though producing the other night, dude, I'm still shook up. We're still freaked out. I mean, I was ready to put everything in a bag and go. I'm just saying this out because nobody else has probably heard the whole story. During the production of the Patriot Report on Sunday, I was interrupted by gunfire out right behind my barn, and whoever it was didn't just let off one clip of semi-automatic fire. He reloaded and decided to go ahead and put another clip up over the top of my house and barn. I don't know if it had anything to do with the actions that I've been taking as of late, doing the producing for the Patriot Report or what I've been reporting on.
David, that's don't get yourself all freaked out about that. You present kind of like zero target value to anybody wanting to do that. Otherwise, they'd be over here shooting at me. I think it's those idiots at the gun range.
You know, and I have to agree with you on that one also, but it just seems coincidental.
Well, a lot of things seem coincidental, especially like when I have people sitting out at the end of my driveway and I go out, or I run off carpet cleaner guys pooping their pants all the way to their car.
Yeah, you know, a lot of things seem coincidental, but he made sure that he policed up the grass, wore flat-soled shoes and whatnot, so that way his footprints weren't shown. So, you know, whatever it is, it is. I don't care.
You really need to have a ready firearm at the door and start shooting the fuck back. You know, it's Kentucky, dude. People will trespass on your property and use a firearm in a way that endangers you or your family. You are allowed to drop them where they stand, and you don't call the police. You call the coroner.
And like I said, this has been the process that's happened here. But
now I don't know if anybody can.
And I consider some of those other ones just idiots.
Anyway, as you can see by the video I'm running, that's David Harney in the yellow shirt. Or what, David, whatever his name. I don't even know. I can't even remember. There's just too many freaking names to remember all the time. And this was Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Right after they arrested and killed everybody. He's like twerking with some other dude. I mean, really? Can you see it?
So, yeah, this is some of the this is crazy. Are you kidding me?
All right, and you can go snatch that video up. It's over on Brandon Curtis's Facebook. I wouldn't have a clue how to get it off his page. It's not like they're downloadable. All I can do is show them up. So.
This is sickening.
So, I mean, this is one of those serious, what the hell?
Absolutely sickening.
Alright, let me fix all this video.
I find this... Oh. You know, I constantly ask myself, you know, what is the world coming to? Really? That these police officers are enjoy a celebration over killing a fellow American in cold blood.
Well, that celebration.
It's just a joke.
Yeah, well, you know, that celebration was, yay! My corruptive paycheck of skim money is back in operation.
Boy, yeah, look at my new shoes, my new pants. Look at this nice new shirt that I'm wearing. You know, my family's got a new car, and look, I just paid my mortgage off. Damn.
I'm a little confused why nobody's calling in. They were burning me up yesterday. 702-605-4277. Is anybody even tuned in? I got to go check at this point. I'll be back. Dave's not here.
Right back. Yeah, again, I'm going to repeat the phone number here. It's 702-605-4277. 702-605-4277. You'd like to call in, give your opinion, have some comments, some commentary, fill my brain, my ears with what's burning you up. Because you know, I'm boiling. I mean, Hawk and I, you know, feel the same way about these things. It's disgusting to see where Americans feel or think they're Americans, living the American dream, having the SUV out in the driveway and having 3.2 kids and living that lifestyle of having everything that they can get on credit, and everything's fine. Look at the wackos over there with guns. That's just a shame. Thank you. Oh, look at the wackos with guns over there. You know, they don't need to be doing that. I mean, that's just disgusting. I hope the FBI goes in there and kills them all.
Oh, remember, we're not allowed to say kill. You don't want to be bunking with Pete Santilli. Even Deb says he never shuts up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure he's probably driving everybody in the next cell over quite nutty.
You know, I've been hearing them all talking about wanting to go into general population, and I understand they're in solitary confinement. That is horrible, but I'm telling you what, they might want to rethink that idea. And the warden of that jail might be keeping them safe, because if they get out into general population, you can get Joe serial killer waiting on a trial to kill them guys, put a shiv in them at night for a carton of cigarettes.
Yeah, instantaneously.
Because that dude's going to spend his life in prison anyway.
You know, we'll knock 25 years off your life sentence.
Well, they don't even have to do that. Those guys know they're going to be sitting in jail forever. They put some money in their commissary to keep them going, and I have somebody I know just got out of prison. Basically, the price of cigarettes is equivalent to $20 a cigarette in trade value in a jail now.
Yeah, I believe that. You know, contraband, any type of contraband is, you know, worth your life. So, there you go. Maybe not. Pete, stay put. If you're hearing this, stay put. Don't go out in general population. You're probably not your best bet. Same with Eamon. You know, I heard his call out here the other day. You know, Cliven was supposed to go to Oregon, and I heard that he didn't go. What was the reasoning behind that? You know, I'm catching up on everything as I'm getting home from work, so I don't get to hear everything before I get to go to air. And Mike's probably across the room, and can't get back to me, or as I'm trying to talk to them real quick.
No, actually, I'm trying to help you in the background. Hush up and keep talking.
I am. I asked you a question because I don't know.
I'm trying to get you some guests and callers, so just do your thing. Hush. Let me produce you this time, okay? All right, you have 2 callers right now.
Area code 605. You're on the air.
What's happening, guys? How y'all doing tonight?
We're doing
You hear me?
well. Who am I speaking with, and where are you from?
This is Pat from South Dakota.
Hi, Pat. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, man. Stuff is really getting crazy, you know? I don't know what to believe anymore on all this crap you're seeing and listening to. It's just getting to be ridiculous anymore. And I'm kind of worried about you guys. You know, if they went after Santilli, they're going to come after you guys next.
Well, you know what? I have listened over 5 years of doing this endless levels of cry wolf and paranoia that they, whoever the hell they are or them are, because I remember a movie called Them, and it was actually just giant ants. But of taking them off the air when usually it's just crappy internet connections and technology fails. But you know, I'm doing nothing wrong, and I'm not doing nothing different than a whole lot of other people are doing out there in one way or another. And there are a lot of people who are doing way stupider and crazy stuff than I am to get themselves in trouble big time. So, you know, if there was a they going on other than the one time the NSA tapped me on the shoulder a few weeks ago, it would be way bad. It would be way worse for me than anybody else, because I'm the source. Yeah, they would be down here. You know, everybody comes to my door. You know, I understand the paranoia. I had some guy come to the door today who meant to go to the guy down the street. He just was going to fix his roof or something. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you at my door?
I don't know what our country's coming to. It's getting crazy anymore out there. I mean, I just feel that we're so divided and the damage is done. I don't even know how we're going to get back to where we once were when I was a kid, you know, where everybody respected one another, family values, their faith. I just think it's gone, and it's going to be a hard road to get any of it back.
Anything that's worth doing is going to be hard. We don't do things because they're easy. Right. I mean, you know, Revolutionary War was not an easy thing. The Civil War was not an easy thing. None of these things that we do are going to be an easy task. There's going to be blood, sweat, and tears. There's going to be man loss. There's going to be, you know, lots of things that are going to go on. Are these the thoughts that are in the back of my mind constantly? Do I fear them? No. I fear for my family. But as far as what might be coming, just make sure that you protect you and your own, of course.
Right.
But
I
be prepared completely. I mean, I speak about it on my show constantly. Just being prepared no matter what the situation is. It doesn't matter if it's an earthquake, it's a flood, or whatever. Just make sure that you can take care of you and your own. You don't necessarily have to go to the fight, but be ready for when the fight comes to you, no matter what it is.
You know, I'm just worried about my grandkids and what are they going to have down the road when they get to be my age and, you know, your age and stuff. You know, is this going to be a third world country? I mean, I feel that's the road that we're headed to right now with all this madness that's going on. And that's what it's madness.
Well, you've got it in your head that you need to do something. Just don't worry about, what the other big things are yet. Keep them in tune, but make sure that you're taking care of you and your own. Do what you think you need to do to ensure that those kids are going to grow up the way you would like to see them grow up. Try to protect them. I don't know if you're your daughter's kids or your son's kids, but your influence as a father is always going to be on them first, and then they're going to pass it down to those kids. So instill that, and if they're old enough to be able to understand what you're talking about, fill their ears little by little, but don't kill them. Don't over flood them with things, but teach them right.
I think I did a pretty good job raising my kids, and my grandkids are young. I got a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, 2 grandsons that I'm very proud of.
Congratulations.
The other thing, I have my son-in-law. He's in the Air Force, and he made a statement to me. You guys, he said to look at those Blackhawks that are at that airport where they took the pictures. And Hawk, you were in the Air Force, right? Is Hawk there?
He's probably doing stuff in the background. Continue.
He said, take a look at them. All Air Force or any military will have some type of distinguishing mark on them somewhere on that craft. On these, there's no marking. Now, do the FBI own Blackhawks? I don't know.
That's the question. I mean, as far as private ownership, okay, some of these, you've seen the police forces, which have been given MRAPs and all kinds of equipment for that matter.
Right.
Just given it to them by the military to help boost up their police force. What police force actually needs an MRAP sitting in their arsenal, really? But
I don't think any of them do.
Yeah, after decommission, a lot of these planes go to a graveyard, or they can be bought by private collectors, citizens, whatever. It being decommissioned just means the engines are usually are taken out, which they can be refitted. 2, their weapons have been taken down, and anything else as far as radar, blah 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 blah. I mean, as far as all that's concerned, is stripped of the airplane. All its flight controls are still there. So once you put an engine into it and whatever else to be able to fly it correctly, it's still a working plane.
Right. I think the main problem is where you're hearing all over the place, well, the military's in there and all this stuff that's going on in Burns, and I guess he was taking a step back and saying, wait a minute, he doesn't think the military's in there at all, and that's when he said, take a look at those Blackhawks. There will be a marking. He didn't say where, but he said there will be a marking, and you can distinguish that marking, and he doesn't see them on those Blackhawks.
Are you talking? You're talking about the Warthogs?
I guess whatever ones that are out at that Burns airport.
Yeah, the A-10 Warthog. They are a tank killer. Basically, they're made for strafing runs.
Right.
That's ground that's ground pounding right there. Those are made for anti-personnel on the ground takeout, tanks, vehicles, personnel. That's what they're made for. So,
Okay.
and not seeing any markings on them, you can't say that he couldn't see one. They may be just in a spot he couldn't see one at that point in time. Of course, they're at the airport. They're a ways away. Speaking from experience, I did a lot of time on military bases as a contractor, and some of the aircraft that I saw, I couldn't tell the markings on them until I was very up close and personal with them.
Right.
So you can't say that, but as far as military being there on the ground, I doubt it at this point in time. Being that they might, it's a very good possibility they are privately owned, which tells me that from information that we've been gathering, that the FBI has been changing out personnel on a regular basis, but now the personnel is being changed out into a civilian armed unit, which could be anybody. It could be Blackwater, it could be Halliburton, it could be any man off the street that will take a check.
Wow.
And it could be a lot of different situations, and that just basically what it does. It wipes the government's hands of any interaction. Sorry, we didn't do it. It was them. We can put all the blame on them. They can wipe their hands of it.
Right.
Pretty sick.
Well, I'll let you go. You have other callers. I appreciate your time. I'll be talking to you guys again.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much.
your night.
Thank you.
All right, area code 720, who that, where you at? And yeah, I'm working on something in the background, David. I got another intro I'm putting together. Area code 720, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at?
Yeah, this is Jeff. I'm in BF, Colorado. I actually called in just to disagree with Hawk a little bit. I really don't think those were tasers at all.
Well, that's fine. I mean, everybody's got their own opinion. I still think it's a taser wand. Just the one guy, I think they wanted to disable him so they could finish him off. But that's kind of my opinion too. But I don't believe. In my opinion, the way I'm looking at this thing, they didn't want anybody to leave that place. No, and
so a taser would be just added.
Well, yeah, they weren't sure whether he was armed or not, and that was the way to bring him down, to make sure if he was armed, he would not be there's nothing that I would want. There is nothing I would not want to be on the end of more than a 44 freaking revolver.
Oh, absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
Freaking hand cannon. But if you're going into we're fairly convinced that they were airdropped in now, and
no. Wait. Hold on. I gave the intelligence for everybody days before this. I said it earlier. I watched 2 planes go from the Seattle airport that were owned by the government to Boise, Idaho. I had somebody go down to the airport to check out what was going on. They let me know that both planes were loaded with guys in the basic black garb, SWAT-like gear. They got on buses. They were followed out of the Boise airport by a car-type carrier full of snowmobiles. I reported that. I told everybody I knew, and I don't think anybody paid really good attention to that. And when we had another guy go up there and look and tromp around up in the trees, there were snowmobile tracks everywhere, he said.
Oh, really? Yeah, I hadn't I got to work. There's a lot of your stuff I miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm new to YouTube, so people are just getting to know me. People that know me from the station understand I don't make shit up ever.
Oh, I listened to your station. Well, that was another subject I want to talk to you about. Was your station? I've been listening to it for years now.
Right.
And what I'm wondering is, I'm fairly convinced this was a flat out murder. Could we maybe set up like a some kind of account for LeBoy's family to go after these assholes legally?
Well,
maybe
they're
a little bit of financial support.
Yeah, I think they're in time are going to start filing wrongful death suits. But it's like everything in time and everything takes time. You can go to the link's too long for me to say, but LeBoy Finnegan has his page. The Bundys have their page, and there's all kinds of places if you want to donate to help with legal fees and stuff like that. They're all very easy to find. In fact, the lawyer that is handling Eamon and Ryan, they have something set up as well.
Well, yeah, it was just an idea, maybe, we could show our support from Revolution Radio, here's our contribution or something,
But do be aware, there are a whole lot of people using this to scam people out of money, saying they're collecting money for these guys to help, and they are not. So you make sure to verify who you give money to.
Yeah, understood. It was just a passing idea, because I'm looking at that over and over and over again, and we can break it down, a million different ways. But the end result is, to me, no matter how many times I put it through my head, the end result is still the same. So, to me, there should be, we need to put something together to go after this, and not let it die.
He'll never be forgotten, and we're not going to let it die. This is a situation where we're not going to let his murder go unnoticed, and it's not going unnoticed. A lot of people are waking up over this situation after. I had people that had questioned me at work, and I found that once this incident happened, that I had people coming to me and asking me questions after they seen the videos, after they heard the situation, what really happened. So there's a fire that's starting to start, and it's starting to spread, and people are really starting to wake up to what the situation really is that's going on around them.
Yeah.
And
I'm starting to notice it myself.
All we can do is present the information, keep people informed, making sure that they're doing the right things and hearing the right things, because there's a lot of rumors and things flying around right now, and we won't know what really actually happened there until we have a dash cam video, and which is something that we are working on, trying to make. Everybody needs to be voicing their opinion to get this dash cam video publicized, so we know exactly what happened there. We can, like you said, we can break it down a million ways. We can say this happened, but you can see with your eyes, and if your brain works, you know exactly what happened, just like the rest of us are seeing.
Right.
We can see that they were set up, they were ambushed. LeBoy Finnegan was murdered in cold blood, and nobody was supposed to survive this situation. This was a setup. Hawk said it. I looked into it. I saw things. We both conferred over the situation. We just didn't know when. We didn't know where. But we had this inkling that it was going to happen. And trying to they're going to be their own persons. They're going to do their own thing. What we want to know is, where was their escort? Where were the people that were supposed to be there helping to protect them?
Yeah, I guess I'm.
Well, actually, they had been lulled into a very false sense of security over weeks.
Yeah.
Being allowed to go in and go to the meetings and go to the grocery and go to the stores and go to the restaurants. So they felt safe. The problem is they ran into a box canyon, and I didn't know they were going up there. I didn't put two and two together. LaVoy had told me the day before they were going up to John Day to have that meeting, and I looked. I guess I could have gave him another route, because there is another route up to John Day that would have went around that box canyon. But these guys don't know the roads up there. I'm like a cartography freak. I love maps. Oh, and I want to thank somebody. Somebody named John Zatram sent me. It's not very long, but it's a new little intro piece to add into this mess, because I don't have much of a video thing to include here. So thank you much for that. It's only like 9 seconds or something like that. But anybody that's good at this kind of video stuff, man, feel free to send it. It gives us some action to go on in the background, because if you don't have any action going on in the background, YouTube has a tendency to disable the videos.
Hey, Hawk, what's your opinion on the Clinton uranium connection? You think that has something to do with it?
Oh, well, yeah, of course. There's more than just uranium. There's uranium and tritium. The reason they want the Hammonds out of there is because, they are ranchers with food cattle in the region of the mine, and EPA says you cannot mine radioactive substances with a set number of miles of where people live or food is grown, which includes livestock and stuff like that. So, uranium one's out of Canada, but it is controlled by Russia, and Hillary took a whole bunch of funds to say if she got to be president that she would make sure. Of course, they donated to a whole lot of campaigns, hedging their bets.
Yeah. All right, then I'll get off the phone and give room for other callers. I appreciate talking to you.
Hey, no problem. You too. Unfortunately, we don't have any other callers. It's been a very weak call-in show tonight. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, my phone's about to die, so.
Oh, that's fine.
I've been listening to the Revolution Radio all damn day. It ate my battery up.
Oh no! Don't be suing me for batteries now.
Yeah. Take care, Greg.
You too.
Thank you for calling. We just got a few more minutes left in the show here. The call-in number for YouTube is 702-605-4277.
And of course, I'll be continuing on past this. David has to get up early and go to work, so I'm not going to keep him any longer, and he wants to stay. So, but still, yes, keep calling. I know
keep calling.
Yeah, I know people have stuff to say.
I do. They're just don't be afraid, folks. The thing is, if you got your dander up, you got to make your voice heard. And if you're talking to me, or you're talking to Hawk, or talking to some, it gets you to keep talking. And once you keep talking, then you start picking up other people's ears. And then you keep going, and you keep going. You keep picking your ears. And I said it before, it was a few people that I picked out from work. I just kind of listened to their conversations, knew that if I picked the right time and the right conversation, I could get into what their thinking was. And then I started finding a few more and a few more. And they started talking to a few more, and they started talking to a few more. And like I said, after the incident happened, I had a couple dozen people coming to me and wanting to know. That's when you know that you have done the right thing. Don't quit talking. Don't let them tell you you're crazy. Don't shut up. If you tell you you're crazy, don't do it. Let them think that.
Actually, while you're doing it, do Uptown Funk at the same time.
Uptown Funk.
What?
Come on.
Uptown Funk gonna give it to me. Uptown Funk gonna give it to me.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm so pretty I want to kiss myself. Put some liquor in it.
Oh. You're full of the one-liners tonight.
I don't have my camera hooked up. I'm wearing my if I had my camera hooked up, I'm wearing my microphone foam cover on my nose. Big black clown nose.
Nice. Keep yourself happy. Been through a hard time.
Ask David. I'm not afraid to look like a retard. It's fun.
No.
Ouch.
Good for that. Thank you so much for joining me for Destination Human. Mike is going to continue the live stream for a while. Keep the call coming. We'd like to hear your opinion, so I'm going to sign off for the Mike, continue on.
See you later. Bye. Oh, Lordy. Alright. Now I gotta figure out what to do for a while.
For Joe Fox, some of you are going to hate me for this
waiting
video
on Rancher
I'm
Thom.
talking common sense to you. I'm not telling you the storyline you want to hear. So Finicum, right? Rancher, killed by FBI, state police, whoever. Videos out of the drone or the airplane flying around the whole incident. Pretty long video if you watch the whole thing. You see him get shot. The world is kind of dividing into two camps on the internet. You know, the one camp is, yep, he was shot, reaching for a gun. And the other is like, no, man, he had his hands up and they murdered him. Okay. It really doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what I think either, but you're listening to me. It matters what is. And let me tell you, I guess a saying we used to have in the military. We used to say, hope is not a method. Meaning, you can't hope something's going to turn out a certain way, and that's going to make it happen. My mother used to say, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Wishing doesn't make it so. Planning, thinking. One should be able to apply logic to a situation and to a little bit out into the future and see how this is going to end. I understand law enforcement in this country better than the vast majority of Americans who are not law enforcement by virtue of my past. I have trained or trained with, closely, over 1,000 individual law enforcement officers in the course of my life. Everything from, a little local municipality, a little city that had 6 police officers, to county deputies, sheriff's deputies, to state police SWAT teams, to the FBI, to, yes, even HRT. I did a joint exercise with HRT one time. And so I've hung out with them and I've barbecued with them and I've been to their houses and, And so I have some friends who are cops. Not many, but a couple. And I have a fairly good understanding of cops. And you know what? In general, cops are good guys, right? They're good Americans. They're married. They have kids. They're patriotic. They like guns. They think you should have guns. They don't think criminals should have guns, but they think you should have guns. Their wives have guns. They're good people. Are there bad cops? Yeah, there's bad cops. Are there bad doctors? Yeah. And bad firemen? Yeah. So it is what it is. But most of them are pretty good guys. But there are some realities when dealing with the police. And an example is, if a police officer says, hey, sir, I'm going to need you to step out of your car. You're coming out of the car. One way or another, you're coming out of the car. You have the immediate choice to say, yes, sir, and get out of the car. Or you could start giving him lip and he's going to drag you through the window. Or you could try and run, and then they're going to catch you, and one way or another, you coming out of the car. All right, so there's that reality. Another reality. If the police officer knows who you are, and he says, hey, Bob, or hey, Mr. Johnson, I need you to turn around and place your hands behind your back. You're going to end up in handcuffs. Okay? It does. You are going to end up at that point, you're going to end up in handcuffs. The decision has been made. It doesn't matter if it hasn't gotten through your brain yet. It doesn't matter if your brain's swirling. You're not going to talk your way out of it. You're not going to fight your way out of it. You could fight your way out of it in the short term. You might be able to. You might be able to get the drop on the officer and take off and run. The world is coming after you. If it takes it, the 82nd Airborne is going to come after you and get you, and you're going to end up in handcuffs. And so you have to understand that when that happens, certain things are going to follow from that. Another thing, if you take over, if one takes over a federal facility, even if it's an empty, unoccupied at the time, glorified rest stop in the middle of the woods, but it's owned by the federal government, and you take it over and make a thing about it, what do you think's going to happen? You're going to lose. You're not going to hold that thing, and once you've taken that action, you're going to end up in silver bracelets. It's going to happen. I mean, I don't know. I see I'm flummoxed, right, a little bit. I still can't understand where these guys thought this was going when they did that. Did they really think like the entire militia of the United States was going to rise up and come to their aid? Did they think that the militia was going to no more Wacos and start taking local action all over the place? If they did, hope is not a method. They certainly didn't have a plan. They hadn't talked to everybody ahead of time and said, okay, we're going to do this and then you guys do that, okay? That never happened. And so from the moment they took that place over, they were going to end up in silver bracelets. It's just going to happen. Now, you could go to court, have your day in court, and win. That could maybe happen. Or get off, with probation or whatever for trespassing, whatever. But the bottom line is you're going down after that. So this thing drags on. And then this guy, Finicum, he made statements, recorded on video, sent out to the world, and then widely reported by the press over and over again, that were basically, if you want to, you can look it up and actually see him sitting there in his chair with the tarp and saying the words, I'm not going to end up in a cell, or, they won't take me alive, something like that. I'd rather die than go to jail, something like that. You have to understand what that means to law enforcement. If you tell the coppers, you'll never take me alive, ha. Okay, what you're telling them is, I will shoot at you. I will employ lethal force against you to keep you from doing this to me. Because if I say to you, you're not taking me alive, well, then that means if you come and we start wrestling, I'm not going to let you wrestle me. If you bring 6 guys, okay, 6 guys can beat me in a wrestling contest. They could throw me down, tie me up, put handcuffs on me. But I've already told you, that ain't happening. You're not taking me alive. So what is really logically the only recourse I have against 6 guys who are intent on making me do something that I don't want to do? Deadly force, right? I'm going to use my firearm. Oh, and then it's known that you carry a firearm, okay? And your peers around you are carrying firearms. What law enforcement then does is say, this guy right here is very dangerous. Watch out for this guy. He has said he will not be taken alive, which means he'll kill you. And you won't go home and hug your wife and 3 little kids if you try and arrest him. When he said that, did he think the cops would go, oh, FBI, state police, whoever, oh, well, I guess if he's that serious about it, we'll just let him go? No, that's not going to happen. When it's time to take him down, they're going to take him down. And so he goes to that roadblock. You can watch the video. He's sitting there for a long time, not complying. Now, see, I couldn't hear anything on the video, could you? No, but I know how these road stops go. I know how these things go. And they're telling him, driver, roll down the window and throw out your keys. Driver, step out, walk backwards towards me, yada, yada, yada. It's called a felony stop. They're trying to do that. They're not doing anything. When you do not comply with the orders of law enforcement, their stress level goes up. Because it's like, he's not listening to me. I'm going to now, therefore, have to escalate to enact my will on this person. Do not misunderstand. Hope is not a method. They are going to enact their will upon you. If it takes them bringing in tanks, they're going to do it. Okay, so you got to think these things ahead, think these things through ahead of time if you plan on being in a situation like that. So they sit there for a while and then they take off. They were sitting there long enough against the FBI, it looked like the HRT, that they knew who everybody was in the car because they're looking at them. They know who is who and who is sitting where in the car, and all of that information is reported to the roadblock up ahead. And so when that car goes up there and crashes into the snowbank, almost hits a stupid police officer, whoever he was, who jumped out in front of the car. What were you thinking? He wasn't either. When Finicum got out of the car, they knew it was him. Okay? Now, again, I don't know what they're saying, but I think they were probably saying, get your hands up, freeze. Get your hands up, freeze. If you watch the video, he ain't freezing. He's moving forward. He's moving towards the cops at a fairly high rate of speed. The cops, their report is he charged the police officers. People look at that and go, he didn't charge them. When you're not stopping and you're moving towards them, and fairly rapidly, if you watch it, he's walking pretty fast. Okay. Definition of terms, he's not complying. He has said he won't be taken alive. He's trying to close the distance between me and him. And then either he got shot at that point, or I think probably he put his hand down to his waist where he had a gun in his pocket. He got shot. Either way, he got shot. Hands up or not, he's not stopping. If he had wanted to live in that situation, what he would have done after he already screwed up and drove away and crashed in a snowbank is roll down the window and keep his hands very high and not move until told to do so. He didn't want to live. He said himself he'd rather die than go to jail. Well, he got his wish. And I'm here to tell you, when you tell law enforcement, or for that matter, you tell soldiers who are on certain missions, you'll never take me alive, silently, they say to themselves, Roger that. Your choice, buddy. Capture kill missions. Yeah. Some guys you can capture, some guys you can't. Either way, they're not going to win. And so he made a choice. He made a choice that he wasn't going to be taken alive. He wasn't. He died there in the snow. It wasn't murder. My God, if they had wanted to kill everybody in that car, they could have. They could have, articulated a reason. I saw somebody in the car lifting up a firearm. They were all armed, and they could have said that after the fact, and they could have just...
I have to question this guy's video. How could anybody see anybody in a car lift up a firearm? Now, like I said, this is just another man's idea and account of how he did this. Anyway, but I'm presenting all sides, fair and balanced. So everybody wants to get all steamed up about this and chat. Or just simmer down now, simmer down. I'm just presenting another person's ideas on this.
Sprayed that car with machine gun fire and killed everybody in the car. They didn't. They didn't want to do that.
Actually, they tried.
I'm telling you, they would have rather taken that guy to jail and put him on trial. But it is what it is. If the guys are still left, out there, 4, 5, 6 guys, whatever, real brainiacs those guys are. They've got videos out too. It's only going to end one way. Them in handcuffs. Or them dead. Or maybe both. Sometimes they shoot you and put you in handcuffs just in case. It doesn't matter woulda, coulda, shoulda, people. It matters what is. There's a lot of people out there, internet warriors, militia warriors on the internet saying this, that, and the other thing. Yada, yada, yada. We're all going to rise up. This is it, man. This was the spark. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Bad cause, bad time, bad plan, bad, all around. And ended up like the way Finicum wanted it to. Suicide by cop. That's what I call it. Hate me if you want, but that's the truth. All right.
Here's a link to witness testimony, witness accounts or whatever for LaVoy's death. So check in the description. I put the link there. Just putting that out.
Okay, David, that wasn't much. Here we go.
All right, here's a video response to Professor Doom and W7747, whatever 3 and 2 you got. Yeah, there's still a couple things that you guys got wrong. I mean, I know Professor Doom's arguing against some of Dabu's assumptions, and there's still a lot of assumptions being thrown around. As far as the FBI telling us that they're putting the phone there, that's not true. They called us, I guess, the night before they called us is when they did it behind our backs. So that's probably, I don't know, a fourth of a mile up the road that they put that cell phone in a excavator. It wasn't even a car. I said car, but it was actually an excavator. You know, one of those things that dig holes in the ground, trenches or whatever. And so that's what that was put in. They never told us that they're going to do that. They just called us the next day and said, hey, there's a phone there, and it looks like a cocaine package. We want you to go get it.
Hey, welcome to Viking.
And then after they gave me, or after I got that phone, that's when they disabled the smartphone, my personal smartphone I had. What else was there? You know, that was probably...
The electricity. We're not in the building.
That's right. And then the electricity. You know, you guys keep saying, oh, they must have power because they're still making communications. Well, that's not... We aren't even in the refuge. We're outside in the driveway. If you look on the map of the refuge, you can see like a little loopy thing on the left-hand side, and we're actually on the corner of that loop. It's a RV turnaround zone. We're actually in there, so we're not even in the buildings. And we have basically portable power we're using. And basically, I mean, I guess that's the main things I just wanted to point out there. There's just a couple little cleaning up a little bit there. And you know, Dabu77 and Professor Doom, I saw you guys were kind of arguing, you know, and hopefully you guys quit arguing and realize that everybody needs to stop making assumptions, stop spreading gossip, and try to just stick with the facts. And if you don't know the facts, then ask, and then try to figure out what's going on instead of just speculating. And that's what causes a lot of the problems in this country. Is all people speculating, and then there's a lot of agents and shit out there that just purposely spread that crap just to cause chaos and misinformation chaos. So with that said, I guess hopefully you two can work together, and maybe we can all work together and expose the real criminals that are running the show here. And they're trying to kill everybody that's standing against them. I think that yesterday, Sunday, a man, his wife, and his 5-year-old daughter were killed. He was about to release a video about the FEMA camps and ARFID chips, and he had a whole documentary, I guess, and he was murdered. Well, they call it a murder-suicide, and we know how that works. You know, people, 2 shotgun shells to the back of the head, it's ruled a suicide. So, pretty sure that was a cover-up. So, maybe you can do something on that report. But anyways, I guess, hopefully, like I said, everybody, we can work together here. Hopefully we can work together and pull through this. So, God bless.
The video does depict the shooting death of Lavoy Finicum. At approximately 4:25 on Tuesday, January 26, 2016, the FBI and OSP began a law enforcement action to bring into custody the people riding in 2 separate vehicles as they traveled between the Wildlife Refuge and John Day, Oregon. Throughout this time, agents and troopers are providing verbal commands to the occupants to surrender. When we come back to the video, the white truck leaves the scene at a high rate of speed. It travels some distance, quickly approaching a vehicle roadblock. As the truck approaches the roadblock, there is a spike strip across the road, but it appears Finicum missed it as he attempted to drive around the roadblock. He nearly hits an FBI agent as he maneuvers to the left. The truck gets stuck in the snowbank. Finicum leaves the truck and steps through the snow. Agents and troopers on scene had
All right, and again, to just avoid the absolutely incredible amount of YouTube hits for music strikes, because I turned the volume down, so.
Like, I don't know if it's worth it. He's like, so he put his hands up the window and he said, we have women in the car, we let the women get out. And he stuck his hand out and they shot at him, but they missed him. Or like, he talked just in time. So they didn't hit him. And then they're like, oh, they mean business. They're going to shoot us. And so, Ryan decided to get out of the car and try to go talk to them.
It's Friday, January 29th, 2016. It's been 3 days since Lavoy Finicum.
All right.
Hello?
Thank God I can stop running video. Area code 208, you're on the air.
How are you, man?
I'm eating. I'm just desperately trying to eat some time until Rancher Thom gets home.
You know, I was sitting there watching you, and I was watching the episode, nothing was going on, but I'm going to call him and give him something to talk about.
Well, go ahead and talk away, man.
No, you're doing a good job of what you do, and I've been listening to you for a while, and it's funny because I watch all these other guys that do the shows like you, and I always listen to you, what you say.
Well, hey, I appreciate that, and it's not just me talking. It's never just me talking.
Right? There's always other people, and
Exactly.
You know, and I like you, and but you know what's weird too is I live right in Idaho.
Right.
So I live real close to what's going on right there. You know what's weird? They got FBI agents over in Pine, right there at those refuges. You know?
Yeah, they're closing BLM offices all over the country in fear of repercussions. And I still, no matter how this went down, and we're never going to, until they release dash and lapel cam footage. You know, we can look at that spotter footage 100 different ways all day long until our brain absolutely melts and mushrooms start growing out of our eyes. We're never going to know. Yeah, we're never going to know the whole truth until we get that stuff. And my word of the day is cacophony. And we need an absolute cacophony of people screaming at your representatives, your law enforcement agencies, etc., to release that dash cam footage. You know, they had all that dash cam footage coming out of St. Louis. Can't remember the name of the actual burg, but St. Louis and Baltimore, all that was out. I mean, within days. But we've seen nothing other than this, which has obviously been edited because Ryan Payne jumping out of that vehicle is clearly not in that video at all.
You know, I was watching sorry to interrupt you. Speaking of that, I was watching a news broadcast today over here, and they showed the kid in the refuge talking. And the video, they actually showed the video you showed, you know. And it was funny that how much they cut off of it.
Well,
it was like a 15-minute show that you showed, and then they like took everything the kid said that was bad and made it into 2 minutes.
Well, of course, it's like, again, you know, all the mainstream media is literally the Jerry Springer show now.
Oh yeah. And then they try to keep it hid too. Like, look at that monument act they got going on in Congress.
Oh, yeah.
They don't got a show that ain't gonna show like, you know, just ranchers. It's gonna do like mining and logging and everything too, and like where you can't camp on private or public land.
Well,
over in those monuments. It's gonna be like Yellowstone.
Well, of course, and you know, I'm surprised Obama isn't saying he's going to blow up the, the place with the 4 presidential faces on it. I'm going to blow that up by executive order unless I get my face on it.
Right? So then you hear people talking too. That they're doing it on purpose so he can put another tour in presidency. I don't know. You hear a lot of things.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know. This summer is gonna tell a whole lot of tales, I think, or this year, right? This year in total.
Right, I agree.
There is something else that a lot of people don't know, that a lot of people that maybe in our community don't know about, but there is an asteroid that is going to very possibly. It's not huge. It's not like a kill everybody kind of thing, but it's about twice the size of the one that hit Russia a few years ago.
Oh, it's supposed to come through. I've seen that, actually. I've seen that on the thing. It's supposed to straight by.
Yeah, like March 5th, and it is coming so close that, I mean, it's literally way inside of our asteroid field, and maybe even closer, you know, and if that thing, I don't know, I don't think anybody knows exactly. Maybe NASA does, or NEO, NEO or JPL knows, but they're not telling anybody anything. But what kind of chaos is that going to?
They wouldn't want to say nothing about it if it was bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what kind of chaos is that going to cause? If it goes over,
right?
Yeah, over a populated area anywhere in the world.
Right, cause all kinds of drama.
Right. And North Korea just got they just put a satellite in space, so it's pretty clear now they can put an EMP device over the United States if they wanted to.
right? Just keep everything in the batteries off.
Yep. There's just there's so much news going on right now. I can't even keep up with it all.
Right, me either. I kind of give up. I kind of do my own thing and turn on your station at night when I'm home off work and just listen.
Yeah, I'm sitting here playing rubber band guitar. Hear me?
There you go. Yeah, pretty good at that.
I have this huge. I have this stress band is what I call it, in which I stretch it and squash it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I get on the guitar. Everybody just, if I start playing, everybody just turn off the station because I can't play it to save my butt.
Exactly. Sitting on air as many hours as I do a night, especially when I ain't got any action going on, it has got to be boring to people. And I'm trying to entertain people a little bit just to keep them around until I can get to the meat of some of this stuff. And and by looking at my numbers, we have seriously decreased because I'm just rambling now.
Right. But no, it's fun. You know what? One thing about that I like about your show is that you wait to make sure the facts are right before you say it.
Well, wouldn't you
I
hope?
appreciate it.
Wouldn't you hope everyone would do that?
Yeah, you'd hope, but that ain't gonna happen.
All right, we got area code 25 on with us now. 251 on with us now as well. Who dat? Where you at?
This is good old Greg Ghost, the one that can't seem to shut up on your show.
There you go. Well, that's absolutely fine. Because I'm choking. I have nothing right now because I had Rancher Thom, but he's, these guys work hard and he's been out doing his chores all day. And, so I'm just waiting for him to get home and call me so we can put him on air.
If he doesn't fall asleep first. I've done work just like that. I think quite a many of us listening can say they've done the same. After a hard day's work, man, you get home, take a shower, you pass out.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't help but overhear that you guys were talking about, the whole North Korea thing and all this, that, and the other, and pretty much just talking about generally and many other things. But one of the things that actually I want to do tonight that I figure it needs to be done. Because it seems like, no matter how many times I listen to what channel or, who it is, and Hawk, I got to say, I very much value the fact that you are looking at all spectrums of the opinions about it. But this is my thought on it. A lot of people dealing with, everybody saying that go to the vote, go, get this, that, and the other. When it comes to the whole court system, with what's going on with, Pete and Tilly, with what's going on with the Bundy, the Hammonds, all of that, it's a stacked deck. It's like going to a casino and expecting to go in with $5 and walk out with $500. That ain't going to happen. You're going to lose your pants. And Chris Ann Hall said it, better than I could. It's literally, the government is the plaintiff, the government is the prosecutor. It's a stacked deck. You're not going to win. But I am hoping that there is enough support that when it does come to the courts, it's going to be such a PR nightmare that they are actually going to follow through and do the right thing. Now, I will admit I'm skeptical on that, but there is hope. And I've been watching a lot of the comments going on and a lot of the videos, especially dealing with David Fry and things. And this is the message I got to tell the trolls out there. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But learn how to be respectful of others. If you aren't respectful to others, then eventually you're going to run into a big dog that's going to put you in your place. And as I was growing up as a kid, I learned the hard way. If you open your mouth up and you ain't willing to back it up, more than likely somebody's going to put something in your mouth. 9 times out of 10, it's a fist. But in today's society, everybody thinks that they are Rambo behind that keyboard.
And unless somebody's willing
Well, the
to
bad
act
thing
upon
is now, to sorry to interrupt you, but the bad thing is now, if you go up and punch somebody, you're going to lose your gun right. So I'll tell you what, if somebody punched me, I'd just let them beat the hell out of me, because I'm not losing my gun rights.
Well, this is the thing. I firmly am a believer in something that Thomas Jefferson said, is that, when it comes to unjust laws, it's not only it's our duty to pretty much disobey them. And I'm sorry, somebody can correct me along the way if they can, and, that's here. And, I'm sorry, there seems to be just so much political correctness, so many people that are so willing to jump to a lawyer to sue somebody. In a heartbeat, nobody's willing to actually talk to anybody. Our world spends more time concentrating on Facebook.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. Somebody was in our chat room acting like a dickhead, and not the YouTube chat room, but my station chat room, and one of my mods hatted them, and they think they want to file a lawsuit because they muted them from talking in the chat room. Didn't kick them out, didn't ban them, just put a hat on them, which is, we have this thing, it's called a dunce cap, and he's saying he wants to sue me for, and the person that hatted him for, which nobody has any proof of who hatted who, but wants to sue for damages and harm and public disgrace for shutting him up, for acting like an idiot.
All because they got a timeout?
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to liberal America. They're terrible.
Well, yeah.
I love how you said that more eloquently than I could have. Because I'm going to flat out say it, and I know I'm probably going to offend some people out there that are listening. Our country used to be strong. Our people used to be strong. We used to be strong-minded, used to be strong-willed. We used to want to work for a living. And I'll admit, I'm part of a younger generation than a lot of these listeners are right now. And they'd probably agree with me when I say that it seems like today, a lot of the younger people that are around my age are so, and to put it in a nice term, they are wimps. They are absolute wimps that start crying about the littlest thing and throwing tantrums. And I'm sorry, when I see some of these people, they want to sue all because of, things like what you just said, Hawk. It makes me laugh, because it makes me wonder what they're going to do if they ever ended up facing a real confrontation. And that's why I don't worry about these trolls online. And that's why I'm hoping, David Fry can actually hear this, because all these trolls out there, they're nothing but hot air. So bark as loud as they can, but when it comes to action, they're going to hide. They're wimps. They don't know what they're thinking hardly. And half the time, most of them are just wanting attention. That's why I don't bother with them.
See, I don't understand it, because, they're just drama queens. That's all they are.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of them.
That's what they like to do. They enjoy it, That's what they get their kicks out of. It drives me crazy. But, just like, what makes me sick, dude? People say, I'm going to vote for Bernie Sanders. Man, it's like, I know this guy is like all about Bernie Sanders. And I'm like, man, you are just lining up. I call him a flaming liberal. That's what I call him. But I
can't really say
see, I'm all about Donald Trump. I'm all about Donald Trump. I've been about Donald Trump since day one, because I like how mouthy he is. And I like how he speaks his mind. You get who you get with Donald Trump.
I think Donald Trump would be good, but I have problems in believing what he's stating, because yes, he was in charge of a multinational corporation that, all over the place. But I'm not sure yet if I can trust him, and I still will.
Hold on.
What?
The voting system. I don't understand why everybody has against some corporations. Sometimes the corporations aren't the bad guys here. Sometimes the corporations.
I'm not saying I have anything against corporations. I'm saying that I have yet to figure out fully if I can trust them.
Can you say why America...
And one thing about Donald Trump is for facts, none of those guys want him in there. None of those guys like him because they know he can't be bought.
Now that I will give you definitely.
You know, you were saying something about America. It used to be great, and it's not. And I have a little clip I used to, I use now and again as a station promo over on the radio station itself. I'm almost sure I'll get a copyright claim on it and stuff, but I don't care. I monetize this stuff to a level, but I don't go in and plop a bunch of commercials in it. It's like you might get one when you come in. Because I got to pay the bills somehow. But this will definitely, because it's a Jeff Daniels thing from a TV show. But everybody hold on a minute and listen, and we have another caller in, but just everybody stand by, because listen to this, because everything this dude says in this clip is really, if you listen closely, is true.
Is the greatest country in the world.
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis? Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
Well, why is America
not the greatest
country in the world, Professor? That's my answer.
You're saying...
Yes.
Let's talk about...
Fine. Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of her paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so smart, how come they lose so goddamn always? Hey, and with a straight face, you're going to tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom. All right. And yeah, you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number 4 in exports. We lead the world in only 3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation ever. So when you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the f*** you're talking about. Sure used to be. We stood up for what was right. We fought for moral reasons. We passed laws, struck down laws for moral reasons. We waged wars on poverty, not poor people. We sacrificed. We cared about our neighbors. We put our money where our mouths were, and we never beat our chest. We built great big things, made ungodly technological advances, explored the universe, cured diseases, and we cultivated the world's greatest artists and the world's greatest economy. We reached for the stars, acted like men. We aspired to intelligence. We didn't belittle it. It didn't make us feel inferior. We didn't identify ourselves by who we voted for in the last election, and we didn't scare so easy. We were able to be all these things and do all these things because we were informed by great men who were revered. First step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one.
Revolution Radio, #1 in alternative media, making the difference and making the effort to make the change. Support us here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, to continue keeping that information from sleeping.
So you get what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
There are a lot of star-spangled people that just think that we're just the greatest, but yeah, our people are the greatest, but our country, everybody out there in the world, in the other countries, just think we're a joke now. They're not. They're clearly not afraid of us. And if something happened, let's say let's just pick a Middle Eastern country that is a little vanilla in the Middle Eastern conflict, like Jordan or something like that. If something like that, if the police in Jordan had done something like that, to anyone, they would drag not only them in their street, but their family and their uncles and their brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and parents and 19 generations back, and dragged them out in the streets and probably chopped their damn heads off.
And see, I love that clip that you played, because that I know what movie that's from. And to be honest, when I first saw that clip and I first saw that scene, the first thought that came to my mind is this guy is saying exactly what I've thought for quite a few years, actually, since I graduated high school. And it's like, when you're a kid, you are just absolutely star-spangled drunk. You think that, our country is the greatest, everything is the best, and that everybody wants to be us. And then you grow up, and then you start actually paying attention, and you realize that, places like Russia and Japan and even Canadians laugh at us. Because while they have their restrictions, we are the one nation that is the most arrogant. We are,
No. Our government is arrogant, not the people of this nation. Because that distinction really needs to be made at this point. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
I'm trying to. You were breaking up a little bit there.
I said what I'm trying to say is the government of our nation is the arrogant ones. And we have people who have ego. Everybody has ego, but generally, on a broad base, just, the dirty, calloused hand American is not the arrogant one. It's the people that control our government.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is it's the people that are in charge. Like, look at how Obama is right now with how he's, deciding to bypass everything that, our country was pretty much built on to do what he wants.
Well, yeah, he declared himself king when he passed himself into office, and he's
what
still
makes
there.
this country great? If we had a good government and they dropped the taxes to 6% across the board.
Well, the thing is it's not so much of dropping the taxes, it's look where the money is going at. The money is being spent. I'm sorry, but I think there was actually a line in a movie that I watched as a kid, Independence Day, that, very much made sense. Is it doesn't cost $125,000 for a hammer. It doesn't cost, $5 billion for a toilet seat.
No.
And you look at, where the money is going, and it's like, you wonder, why is it that, the things that you can go to Walmart and buy are costing the government 40 million times more than anything?
Well, it's because everybody has a scam. We also have a new caller that has been extremely patient. Thank you very much. That wants to get into this. It's area code 270. You're on the air with us.
I might be a little off track. I'm just joining your show here, but I had something I wanted to point out. The video of Lavoy Finicum shooting is supposed to be an unedited video. The information behind the little squares was blocked out. Well, the FBI said there was 2 aerial videos. One of them was poorer quality than that one, so they just used that one. If you watch the unedited video from the beginning, I thought it looked like it was cut or pieced. It would kind of skip from one point in the air to another point. They took those 2 videos and pieced them together to cut information, to cut what happened out where you can see too much in one video, I believe.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And also, they definitely cut out the part. They definitely cut out the part where Ryan Penn got out of the car. For sure, we know that because we have enough. We never saw him get out of the car at the end. Where they were bringing people out of there, and we saw him stick his hands out. They took a shot and hit the window, or excuse me, the pylon that holds the mirror up.
Yeah.
And so the shootout, or not the shootout, the attack began there, and they cut some of that out, obviously, that we have discovered. Yeah, I mean, right now they're just doing damage control, and they're punishing The men they have in jail over really, really circumstantial cause and flimsy charges.
I didn't realize there was a second aerial video until I just watched the FBI agent say it a while ago. And that's why they blocked all those little squares out so we wouldn't figure it out.
Oh, that you're absolutely correct. That, they say it's unedited, but anybody with Windows Movie Maker or whatever movie maker comes standard, if you go through some of the scenes where it looks like it skips, you do slow-mo, and you'll notice that focus all of a sudden changes, like, on a flash. And I'm sorry, but if that is an unedited 100% video, then whoever was in control of that drone, one, has no clue how to focus a camera, and two, has no idea how to track an area of interest at all. That video has been doctored. They said that it's not,
exactly.
It's
and I'm still trying to figure out, in the 3 seconds after LaBoy hit that snowbank, 3 seconds, I counted them. It was 3 seconds, 3.58 seconds when LaBoy hit that snowbank, and then that spotter plane or whatever the hell it was, they completely pulled the video off of that scene. And then suddenly we're back 3 seconds later, and LaBoy is literally 15 feet from the car. How the hell did that happen in 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be many people that are going to argue that it's the angle of the view and things like that, and I'm going to actually have to go back and look at that again because I didn't think of that. I'm actually going to use what I have on my computer. I'm going to actually check the distance between objects, and I'm going to check that myself. But it's like looking at the video, I actually blew it up and had it on my projector, and I had it to where the picture was large enough that it took up an entire wall.
Right, and I remember you telling me that.
I'm watching it, and it's just like, this is definitely edited.
Well,
and at the top left, they have the identity of the drone.
But
if
but just in the few seconds that he goes,
all right, well, I won't keep you tied up. I just kind of wanted to voice my opinion on that.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. There's that video that they say is unedited is clearly edited at this point.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, you guys have a nice night.
All right, and you're in my area code, Kentucky. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm over here in Lebanon. We're do you want to say we're close to where you are?
I'm in Horse Cave.
What county?
That's Hart County.
Oh, Hart County. Okay, you're not that far from me. Well,
yeah.
All right. Well, hey, us Kentuckians, we got to stick together, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it seems like everybody, if you're from Kentucky or Louisiana, everybody wants to talk bad about us.
Oh, we're the best people in the world.
Well, hell yeah, we're from the sophisticated part of the state, as my wife says.
That's right.
All right, you have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
But yeah, as I was saying, when you watch that video, you see LaLoy plow into the snowbank, and then, why did the camera pull off of that? That camera pulled off of that so fast it gives you vertigo. And then, and in the 3.5 seconds between when they do that and when they get back on him, LaVoy, who was not a young man, would have literally had to stage dived out of his vehicle to get that far out of it that fast. After stopping that fast, because, that was a hard stop. That wasn't, slowing down a little bit and coming to a rest. That was a hard stop. There's no way there is no way.
Or down a icy road, or hell, even down a dirt road. If you lose control and you go off the side of the road, that isn't a soft landing. You're going to be hurting when you make a hit like that.
Well, somebody bumped their head.
Lucky if the airbags don't get deployed.
Yeah, somebody bumped their head. There's no way it didn't. There's no way somebody didn't bump their head in the process of that.
And see, that's the thing I'm kind of upset about is they're only going to give us this piddly little excuse of a video that only shows one angle. Now, I'm going to literally challenge the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I'm calling them out. If they can come up with some dash cam or some body cam, this will squash it 100%. But if they don't come up with that, then I'm sorry. I have to go with the theories, and I have to go with where the proof goes, man, that this video has been edited. It has been redacted to a point to where certain information hasn't been divulged, and I am not going to follow the narrative that they have set forth because I don't have enough proof to show it. Are you there?
Ignore the ringing in the background. Ignore the ringing in the background.
You know, I was sitting there thinking about that into that scene too. They were shooting at it when he took off. I grew up in the snow and I know how snow reacts. And the funny thing is, I drive it. He looked like he was driving a Cummins, the Dodge Cummins, wasn't he? That's what he was driving, right?
Yep.
Now, I drive the same. I drive a newer Dodge Cummins pickup too. And I'll tell you one damn thing: those things are like tanks. Got a lot of horsepower in one of those. They were shooting at me with my kid in the car with me. I tell you what, I drove right through those fucking. Excuse my language. I drove right through those SUVs.
Well,
that's what I would do because I don't know. But he swerved out of the way and. Because he was trying to be peacefully, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to be.
Well, he also hit a spike strip, and he had a choice of two ways to go: one over the embankment and flip the truck, or up the embankment, and which he came to a very quick stop. Everybody stand on. Rancher Thom, we got you on the air. I'm starting to run out. I'm down to an hour and 10. Have you gotten home yet?
Yes, I did get home, and I was on phone calls with a couple people and just got off phone calls.
All right. Yeah, I didn't want to bug you, but I'm down to about an hour and 10. So.
Well, that's no problem.
So give us an update from Burns. Anybody that doesn't know who Rancher Thom is, he lives there near Burns, and he has agreed to give us some updates on a daily basis and run around and just do some checks for us and stuff like that. And so anyway, what do you know?
Well, there's been a little build-up down here. I was talking to several ranchers today, and one of them was kind of talking last night whenever he was coming down past the Narrows and that. He kept seeing a red dot come into his rig as he was driving down there. Well, I said, well, there's a sniper outpost up on top of that hill, don't you? And he said, no. I said, they probably had you lasered, and they were watching you. Made him a little bit nervous and that. Now, he can't even come and go from home without them pointing guns at him when he's driving down through there at night and I said, well, these cowards, they're just out to try to intimidate you. So don't let them get to you. Just keep it strong in that. They win if they can intimidate you. So don't give in to their crap and their bullshit. Excuse my language.
No need to be. You're telling it how it is. That's something that a lot of people need to start doing. A lot of people just seem to be too afraid to speak their minds.
Yeah, it's just kind of discouraging whenever we had a man that was standing up for the Constitution, and the people in Burns are sitting there, having their big party of celebration. They said they called it the appreciation of the law enforcement the day after the funeral, where the sheriffs were up there dancing on a stage and laughing and having a good time. And I told them I think this is very inappropriate. And I was attacked by the people in the county, calling me everything, and thought, like, if you don't like it, why don't you just move out of county? And I'm like, well, you ain't going to intimidate me. Don't worry about that. I'm just stating, I think it's very inappropriate to have a party the day after a funeral when there's such tension. It's like taking a baseball bat to a frickin' bee's nest and hitting it a couple times.
Well, yeah, it was really interesting watching your sheriff twerking with another officer.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, the deputy's wife, she came at me and that. I'm just like, whoa, slow down. We've been friends for 28 years.
And I hope to shout you stand for the Constitution and you don't turn a blind eye just because your husband now works for the sheriff's department and all of a sudden you got to kowbow to him. It's pretty pathetic.
Well, yeah, the only thing most of these people stand for is money.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's pretty clear they're getting paid and they're protecting that.
Horse to the paycheck.
Yeah. And see,
Do you know what
brings
the
me
cool
back-
thing about being in Idaho is? I'll tell you the cool thing
What's
about
that?
being in Idaho. We got a governor that's actually a pretty good guy. You know, they're getting ready to ban all Idahoans from getting what are they called, passports, because our governor won't pay the extra money for the license for the driver's licenses. And then he passed a law this week that if the government comes in and tries to do any gun laws with us, he's going to automatically arrest them. Then he said if any government employees come in to take lands from over here, they're going to send the cops in to arrest them. That's one cool thing about living in Idaho. It's you know, Idaho, if ever the other states run like Idaho was, you know, that's what I always say when I got friends living over there, and I call the Oregon government Russia, and I call Idaho America. So every time I'm leaving Russia, I always say I'm going back to America. But, you know, and I feel bad. You know, I got a couple buddies that are ranchers over there, and they feel the same way. They've been pressured all the time to sell their land. It happens all over, but it's all over that Monument Act, you know?
Yep.
That's what it's all over, and I feel bad for you because you're just out there trying to make some living with your cattle, you know, and you got to feed them, and you know, when you can graze them is well, you know, you cut down your costs and your grazing. You know, you can't afford to hay them, you know, year round. It costs a lot of money to hay these cows, and that's what a lot of these liberals don't realize. That man, if your hamburger does not disappear in the grocery store, you know, your leather boots ain't disappear in the shoe store. It comes from somewhere. And
there's
your
a lot of
farming
people
too.
that think that.
Yeah, a lot of people do, and it's insane.
There's a lot of people that don't realize that, you know, I personally worked on a ranch for a while. I was in charge of, you know, looking over 1,400 acres. And every morning at 7:30 a.m., I was out in those fields. I was having to make sure that, you know, the cattle hadn't dropped new calves, hadn't, you know, knocked over this, that, or the other. There was no busted water pipes, things like that. A lot of people think that, you know, the beef that they are eating at McDonald's or the beef that they're eating at the table or the steak that they get from, you know, whatever steakhouse they went to is just magically there. And they don't realize that it's ranchers, it's people, it's farmers that are making this food, that's making this possible for these idiots. And yes, I'm sorry if I offend some people out there, but I'm sorry, but these idiots don't realize that there are people out there that have to work hard just to pay their bills to supply
Yeah, just to
them.
work hard, you know, like if you look at the other stuff they complain about, mining. Well, how do you drive your car around? You know, you gotta get the gravel, you know, how do you wear the cooler? It's gonna be mined out of the ground. Then they all complain about, oh, logging. Well, you like houses, don't you? Everybody's like, oh, you're logging too much. No, it's good to log. You know, it needs to happen.
I saw not too long ago that actually solidifies that more dealing with BLM is I can't remember who it was that did the report, but it was a report where it was actually a community that had a thriving logging industry, and after the federal government passed certain regulations, there was only supposed to be so much on the ground that would, you know, be able to burn. This way the fires would be able to be put out easily. Well, because of mismanagement of the land, there was so much that had been not taken care of that if a spark went off in the wrong place, it would burn the whole forest. And
now here's one thing I have to say before my phone goes dead. I want to put this in everybody's mind, how they justify my animals going extinct. Every time they put an animal, the federal government puts an animal on the extinction list, like the sage grouse or the sage hen, we call them sage hens. Guess what? They disappear. Anytime they put an animal on the endangered species list, it's always gone within the next 2 years. Always. It's always been that way. And then they think they're preserving the land. They're really not preserving nothing because the BLM fires are worse now that the government took them over than the ranchers that actually have the land took care of.
Yeah, and see, I actually have to agree because I'm actually, a lot of people are probably going to cringe when I say this. I am an environmentalist. I believe in taking care of the environment. And 5 years ago, I would have been like, people don't know what they're doing. But then it was after I started becoming an actual environmentalist that I started understanding that it's a lot of these people that the federal government's putting in charge of taking care of the land that's not doing it. It's the local governments that are doing it. I know of quite a many ranches that are spotted all over, including one of my uncles, which is actually out in the Iowa area, and there's better, the biodiversity there than there is on some of the state parks that I've gone to. And
but see, a lot of the environmentalist stuff, though, you got to realize a lot of that scam, like back in the 70s. I'm pretty young, but I do a lot of research. Back in the 70s, a lot of you guys listening that live in the 70s, you'll know what I'm talking about. They were worried about global cooling. I wasn't born yet. Do you guys remember global cooling? Any of you guys?
Yep.
Okay, so global cooling came out. Global warming and global cooling is a big government scam to make money, to create more regulations, so more people can't make money. That's all that's about. Because, it's funny, they did a study back in the 80s of the Hawaii volcano. That volcano puts out more carbon monoxide in one day than every car factory in the world running for a year straight, 24 hours a day. So, it makes no sense why they think that. And there's some scientific proof on some of the stuff that they rig around to make it work. Like they put death fluid in everything. They don't need to put death fluid in diesel vehicles. That makes no sense. It's just another way to make more money. That's all it is.
I have to somewhat agree and disagree at the same time because, the thing is with, when it comes to global warming, I do have to admit the human race has had a huge impact there. But, dealing with renewable resources, petroleum, we're limited on that. And honestly, we use way too much. Now, I have to admit that we have yet to find an actual alternative fuel that's actually worth it.
Okay, but then I got this argument too about it. I do my profession's really nerdy, like really nerdy. I'm a tree doctor. I'm a tree scientist. One tree puts out more. If you take one tree, 10-foot tree, did you know that it puts out enough carbon monoxide in an hour to survive 10 humans for 2 days? Another thing, an average-sized tree, everybody worries about water. An average-sized tree puts 100 gallons of water a day out of the ground and puts it in the air. You know what creates oil? And under the ground, over time, dead plant life creates oil. So I'm not trying to argue.
Hey guys, hold. Hey, I need everybody to hold on a minute. I'm calling Blaine Cooper and seeing what's going on there. So just come on. All right.
Hello.
Hey Blaine, how you doing? This is Nighthawk. Now you are on the air.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Not too bad. We got a bunch of callers on here, but everybody's trying to get caught up. What do you think of? I don't know if you saw the video. Me and another person put out today where we actually got that cleaned up and saw that an officer put 2 headshots in him literally inches away from his head. Did you see that today?
No, I haven't seen that one yet. But I've heard about it, but I think before they were shooting at him before he even came to that roadblock.
Well, yeah, we've been discussing that.
They assassinated him. They killed him. They knew what they were doing. And what do you want to know?
Well, I mean, from a sit rep point of view, we just had a lot of people say a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We have just heard so much
stuff.
Well,
I'll start from where we found out Lavoie had been murdered.
That would be great. That would be great because you were there.
And I didn't even know, because I was doing a lot of the media and video updates for Ammon, and I didn't even know that he had left. We've been there the whole time, and they said they were going somewhere, and then later found out that they were going to a constitutional meeting. I didn't know it was John Day, and that was with the security team that was with him that was talking about that. And we heard shots fired, and there were some reports circulating. I was like, all right, is this some more internet BS? Are people just tossing rumors around? We didn't know what was going on. And, we made sure all the women and children were out of there just in case. And Lisa Bundy called me on Ammon's phone because he was letting me use it as a hotspot, and had explained to me that Lavoie was in fact murdered, and that Ammon and everybody had been arrested. And so chaos ensued from there inside the compound, or the refuge center, and to the effect that people were jumping in six-wheel fire trucks, said they were going to go attack the FBI compound. I said, no, come off there. So I was really trying to keep a level head and keep people from doing anything stupid. And we were able to gather everybody up in the chow hall. When I walked into the chow hall, they had a guy zip-tied face down on the floor, and I was like, why is there a guy tied up on the floor? And they said he was talking crazy. I said, let him go. And it was just, everybody was just losing their minds. And we were able to get together in the chow hall, and Manny Vega, Jamie Spears, and another person, I'm not going to mention his name, but I guess they all contacted the FBI. And this is the guy, Chris. You might have seen him on a video. Ammon was talking to him. We videotaped Ammon having a conversation with the FBI negotiator. Do you remember that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, he called my phone, and they all called me on four-way, and he was telling me that we needed to go, and I said, I'm not going to go. You're just going to assassinate all of us like you did Lavoie. And Manny and them were all on a four-way call trying to convince me to go. And I told the FBI, I said, did Lavoie get a way out? You guys murdered him. You're going to murder us too? I don't believe a word you guys have to say at all. And everybody was there listening to the conversation. And then I said, well, I'm going to have to call you back because I'm not going to speak for everybody here, because everybody may not feel that way. And I'm sure nobody believes a word the FBI has to say. They're liars.
Yep.
So I hung up with them, and we took a vote. I explained to everybody what they were offering, and there was like a 4 a.m. deadline. Otherwise, they were coming in heavy with FBI, which they did. And I took a vote. I said, I think the best thing we can do right now, given in light of what happened, because it was tactically sound, all the leadership had been taken out, that everybody should leave in an armed convoy together and just get out while they had that free passage. And some people said that was a good idea.
All right,
Other people were cussing me and were upset about that and said they wanted to stay and die for the Constitution. And I said, you have every right to do that. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just saying that, I said, it's not going to honor Lavoie at this point. You know what I mean? We already lost an innocent man. He's been murdered. And there was young kids there who didn't know what they were doing. And I'm like, I'm not going to, I was trying to be the voice of reason because I didn't want more people to die. And we left by that 4 a.m. deadline, and there was two roadblocks. There was one on the left side and one on the right side. And one of the roadblocks had like 300 blacked out SUVs for like 2 miles. And the other one had MRAPs and other state police behind. So we took the road right across the street from the refuge, and it wasn't blocked yet, and got us all the way into Nevada.
Right. Okay. Alex, I will.
Nighthawk, you're echoing.
Yeah. Hello?
All right. So anyway, are we fine now?
Yep, you're good.
All right. So anyway, I had a person that was. Oh, good grief. I think I'm echoing back through your phone and it's flipping back. Let me drop. Yeah, let me drop my volume back. Anyway, there was a video where Pete Santilli had called you, and everybody was like, "What transpired there?" So, everybody. Anyway, people were wanting to know what was transpiring in that phone call because we only heard one side when Pete Santilli called you.
Hang on, I gotta call you back. And I think that right there shows that we're all human, huh?
Oh my God, good grief! What the hell just happened?
It sounded like a young child in the background screaming at the top of her lungs.
Oh, okay.
But no, actually, I had a question I wanted to ask him, and I'm hoping he's listening in. And Nighthawk, I want you to get this guy in touch with me. I mean, he seems to have some very good information that needs to be publicized out there, and I'd love to be able to interview this guy for my channel.
Right.
So
well, I mean,
if you'd help me out with that, that would be awesome.
Actually, I absolutely. I get phone numbers, and I will not give out. I just don't. It's just it's like people trust me, and I just don't give out phone numbers.
Well, no, I mean just ask him if he would be willing to do that, because if he is, give him my information by all means. Let him get in touch with me. If he decides he doesn't want to, then I'm cool with that. I understand everybody has a life they got to live. And I know that some people just don't want to, repeat the same story over and over. I understand that.
All right, I think we got. Yeah, there we go. We got Blaine back. What happened, man?
Sorry, my kid's hand got slammed in the door.
Oh shit! Oh crap!
Oh, poor kid. You alright? And I have to admit that I've done that myself before. Oh. Well, we're in a van, and somebody shut the back door, and her hand got smashed, and then screaming.
Oh,
I was
my
like,
God.
"Hey, God, I gotta call back."
Oh my God! Well, give it a kiss for us, man.
Yeah, actually, thinking of that, actually just got my left thumb hurting.
Okay, so next question, we got David Fry and his bunch still up there. And they're kind of saying everybody left him behind. What do you think about? What is your opinion on that?
Well, David and David's a patriot. I'm not gonna sit here and tell that the people that stood behind aren't patriots. I mean, they believed in what they were doing, and they made the choice to stay. And but everybody had free passage at that time. Of course, we didn't believe it, but they said, no, we're not going nowhere. So, and they decided to stay. There was a lot of other people who decided to stay. But we thought that everybody was bugging out anyway. Even before we made the vote, people were jumping in their vehicles and getting out of there. They got scared. And we had like 20 guys. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to.
Well, yeah, you're definitely not going to fight a war with 20 people. I think I lost him. Did I lose you, Blaine? I think I lost him. Let me reconnect the call. Hold on. I know they're getting ready to move, so from where they are. So.
Please leave your message for
Blaine Cooper.
All right, so anyway, somebody has some background noise in here listening and where they're playing the station, and I need you to please stop because it's really confusing the call.
Hey, my service is really bad, so I'm probably going to lose you guys here now.
Okay, yeah, I figured that's what I thought.
But anyway, David and them, they decided to stay behind. That was their choice. They could have left with us. They chose not to. And I think David, they're all patriots. They wanted to stay. I can't force people to go.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, I was just wondering what you were thinking about that. So, you know, apparently you're safe and moving. You know, we had
about, when we left in a group of about, I'd say 20 to 30 people, and we met up with about 100 militia in a different state, and just regrouped, and we're just kind of just watching right now because there wasn't a lot we can do, unfortunately, you know. When we left, there was at least 400 blacked out SUVs, like 3 miles of road. It was insane. I'm like, it wasn't a good situation for anybody.
Have they got you under any kind of indictment yet?
I was not in the unsealed indictment, but there was about 120 other people who were not in the indictment.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You know, people ask these questions, so we need to clear them up.
Right. I know a lot of people.
Are they harassed you at all?
They haven't harassed me at all, but I haven't been home yet. I haven't went back to Arizona. I don't know if you guys remember. They tried to kidnap and snatch up my kids while I was in Oregon, and we had to go get them. And so we're worried that if, say, they issue a warrant for me and my wife, my kids go to these are kids.
Right.
And so we're really worried about that. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, my friends are in jail. One of my good friends, the boy, was murdered. I had a rough couple months here. I've lost everything. My house. We got to be out of our house on February 29th, or we're going to be on the street. It's just there's so much chaos going on right now. It's unfathomable, and this is all because they don't want to adhere to the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. The federal government has no right to own that land or have those buildings.
Yes. No. Yeah. They did. Well, yeah. We know that's absolutely true. I mean, this whole thing
well,
is
boys,
just
my phone's going dead, so I'm going to disconnect. So, good luck, man, and be safe out there. And thanks for talking to me, Nighthawk, and you have a good night.
Hey, no problem, 208. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too, guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, anyway, I hope that I hope this thing starts resolving. You know, we basically have political prisoners in Portland, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
they're. Go ahead.
I think Blaine went off.
Yeah, I think I may have lost him. You know, we have political prisoners in Oregon, and it's just like, you know, this has just turned into a through the looking glass situation. It's like, you know, is the government testing how much America will put up with this crap?
Yep. I think Harney County. We're sitting here. We're sitting here as the proving ground.
Right.
So they can show Americans what will happen for the Constitution.
Right.
They'll shut it down.
Definitely. Is Blaine still with us? Yeah, I think we lost him. We'll see if he comes back.
Oh, Nighthawk, I got to thank you. You asked the question I wanted to, and I'm glad
he's back. All right, Blaine, you're back.
Sorry, lost again.
That's going to happen anyway, especially if you're moving in a vehicle. So.
Right. And so, anyway, there's actually case law. It's Marbury versus Madison, and it says any law that's unconstitutional is not null and void and is not law because the Constitution says this is the supreme law of the land. And so how did they intimidate anybody if the thing's not supposed to exist in the first place?
Well, with the amount of disrespect they've been showing towards the Constitution, I don't think they're going to abide by it anyway. And
no, right. And see, this is the problem. This is the problem in our country. I mean, we have a clear definition of how our country was founded on these constitutional principles. If we lose those, then what else is there? I mean, what are we? It's very sick and sadistic of what the justice system has used judicial terrorism to destroy our nation.
Oh, our judicial system is a joke.
There's no justice there. I mean, the plaintiff is the federal government. How do you think that's going to work out for people? It's a house always wins. You have federal luck going to Vegas and trying to win $1 million on the slot machine.
Yeah, with a dime.
I've been saying.
Yeah, trying to win $1 million with a dime. It's like, or doing scratch-off tickets till you're buried in gray dust.
Right.
And I have to agree. Our judicial system is a stacked deck. The plaintiff is also the prosecutor, as well as they're also the ones that are showing the evidence. It's a stacked deck, and no matter how you look at it, playing out, it's, stacked against them, period. And it's complete and utter bullcrap. And yes, I'm censoring myself so that you don't have to worry about anything that I talk. And with how our government has become, you say without the Constitution, what is it? Well, the thing is the disregard they're showing towards the Constitution, we have gotten ourselves into this mess of a totalitarian police state in which one man feels it is okay to completely bypass any other branch of government to just do whatever he willy-nilly pleases. And it's a load of BS because we were founded on the people, and our government has forgotten the people. Our government has decided that the people is obsolete, that we are not needed anymore. And we need to remind them that we are still needed, that we are still the people that they have to answer to. We created them. They need to realize that we can take them out of this world. It's just like what a mother tells a child, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. And they have forgotten that.
That's right. And, it's our responsibility as people. The reason this keeps happening is because we're too worried about football and other BS on TV. And we need to be uniting together and loving our neighbor and coming together as one and saying, we've had enough. You're not going to do this to our country, our nation, or our Constitution anymore.
Exactly. And that's what has made me sick about our society today. I'm 30 years old. I was born in the 80s, and I grew up in the 90s. And it wasn't until the early 2000s that I realized that my country was not, the star-spangled, beautiful thing that I thought it was. I found out the hard way that, it was blood that was shed, that it was, not just a revolutionary war where it was protesters. It was fought for by farmers, scared boys that wanted independence from the fact that we had taxation and BS laws that were being put on us. And we're seeing a repeat of history, and people don't realize it. And the government has forgotten that.
Well, yeah, definitely. And we also have rancher Thom Davis, who has been eerily silent, but is still on the call. He's from Harney County, Oregon. Do you have anything to say or add or ask, Thom?
Yeah, Blaine. We met down there in Utah on that. I stand beside you guys and support you guys. And if you need anything, you just get a hold of me. Everybody knows how to get a hold of me. Just feel free to get a hold of me, okay, Blaine?
Yes, sir. You got it.
And I can say the same thing for me. If any of you guys need some help in anything, Hawk knows how to get in touch with me. And I'll put it this way: if you need a place to stay, I know of plenty of places down here in Florida. Given it may not be a lot of land, but at least it's a roof over the head.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
And I know that the woman that owns and is running the Narrows campground has been getting so many death threats. She's shutting out her campground right now and wanting everybody to leave for her own safety. And we're trying to work out somewhere for everybody else. Everybody's there to go camp. You might not have electricity, but generally when I go camping, I don't take electricity with me anyway. So.
Right. I think it's very interesting to know how the media works, because they were more focused on telling the story about the people who were in the refugee rather than a place that was gobbled up 100 ranches and has destroyed ranchers' lives gobbled up the area, corruption to the highest level. But that was not the story. The story was about us. And this shows you the problem in our nation, where we have a clear-cut case of corruption with the BLM and the U.S. Fish and Game, and nobody's investigating. Nobody's doing anything. But they don't mind taking us to court and destroying our life when we're trying to expose an unnecessary, a very obvious evil.
Well, it's the same story. You're pretty much saying that you want the federal government to look into the federal government. I mean, I'm sorry, but I have yet to meet a single politician in my life. There are some people out there that can say they've met some good politicians, but I have yet to meet a single politician in my life that's willing to stand up in front of God and everybody and admit that they have messed up and that they were wrong. They're always going to say that they're squeaky clean.
Well, of course, yeah. The common saying is, we investigated ourselves, we found we did nothing wrong. Well, how do you think that's going to work if that keeps up? So was Hitler right when he gassed the Jews, 6 million Jews? Was Stalin right when he, we got these horrible people around the world who have these dictatorships and killed millions and millions of people. Where's the accountability in our government? Do we allow them to have absolute power and to have them be so corrupt that nobody can do anything about it? But see, the people are the strength of this nation, and people don't realize how much power they have when they come together. They can stop that evil, but it takes all of us. A handful of people is not going to get it done. But thousands and thousands, millions, you can affect the change that we need in this country to reestablish our republic.
And the only problem is that that brings me right back to history. Because I have to somewhat agree with you, but I also have to somewhat disagree. Because if you look at history, as long as you get a determined small group, like look at how our country was founded. 3% of the population of the colony overthrew the English rule. And it was the same way when it came to civil rights for blacks. It was the same way when it came to being able to get women's votes. And if you look at how the map is now, we aren't the minority. We are a majority now if you look at how we are. Because, I'm sorry, you can go down into any project you want and talk to somebody there. I have yet to see a single person yet that actually, and this is me personally speaking, I have yet to meet a single person that agrees with any of Obama, what he has done. And I have met quite a many people that admitted after they voted for him, after his policies came into effect, they were sorry about it. They actually wish they could take their vote back. And it just brings me back to history, how we aren't a minority anymore. We are a majority. And as long as we hold strong to the Constitution, and we can let go of the fear of being turned into these demonized monsters that the mainstream media wants to turn us into, we can gather together and we can do serious change. And if I could, I would tomorrow, I would take as many people as I could, and without a single weapon on me, without a single weapon in the crowd, I would walk up the streets of Washington, D.C., and I guarantee the mainstream media probably wouldn't cover it. But they would cover it if somebody broke a window.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to be a facetious dickhead right now, but, here's what I think, Blaine, what you guys all did wrong. You went in peacefully, and, they kept saying it was at the point of the gun and armed protesters or whatever, but the only person that died at the point of any gun was LaVoy. But,
right.
Quite honestly, what you should have done, apparently, to get away with all this, was to burn down the town and steal everybody's TVs and set everybody's businesses on fire.
Yes, that's what I keep saying. If they're going to charge Ammon and all them with these crimes, then what happens when the Black Matters group, and I know all of them aren't bad, but the looters come in and burn down an entire city and the governor lets them do it? I mean, where's the accountability there? And we got a real problem with the racial divide in this country. We're obviously both facing the same problem, but we need to come together in peace. Violence is never going to change anything.
That is what frightens the feds more than anything, is when all of these people realize that they are at the end of the same gun and go, oh, wow, I think that makes them crap their pants.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't an African American issue. This isn't a Caucasian issue. This isn't a Hispanic issue. And it's not a Muslim or Islamic issue. This is an American problem where we have an overbearing government that says, if you breach the Constitution, we're going to murder you.
Or if you stand up for yourself, apparently.
Right. We're taught, I mean, look at every TV show that programs people that government's always right, we can violate your rights. I mean, the FBI, law enforcement are glorified as knights in shining armor. I'm sorry, if you're breaking the Constitution, you're a bad guy. You're not a good guy, you're scum. Because that Constitution is the very fact of liberty.
Well, yeah, and they're calling the American flag a radicalized instrument. They're calling the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the Gadsden flag, that's a radicalized symbol.
Yeah.
They're removing all these ideas from the schools and education. We just constantly have seen this over the last several months. With ridiculous endeavor from mainstream media, and they've left the area. They don't even care. This has left the news completely. In fact, I don't think mainstream media even reported that I have found, other than on page 54, the stuff that happened with Lavoie. So they have forgotten.
You found something.
Do what?
I have yet to find a single thing.
Yeah. So it just there's a strange silence that's going on in it, and people like me and all these other alternative stations that are actually putting people on the ground, spending a lot of damn money, trying to bring this out. We're the only ones doing it now.
And don't get me started on the schools. The day that I heard and saw in the news that they were going to take the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools, I have to admit I was hopping mad, because when in the blank do people get the blanket idea in their head that they don't need to pledge allegiance to the very nation that they have come to? I'm sorry, you came to this country to be part of this country. You came here. What is the issue? If you had an issue in saying a pledge to the allegiance of this nation, then maybe you should have stayed exactly where you were. Because if our country offends you, then maybe you shouldn't have came here in the first place. It's common sense. And it seems like so many people today have about as much common sense as my coffee maker does. And I'm sorry, the day that thing says something, I will probably listen.
Yeah, and see, here's the problem with a lot of immigration and illegal immigration. You got illegal aliens flooding in here by the millions, and I get it. They're oppressed. They're coming from terrible countries. But then they come here and they want to make it just as terrible as the country they came from. Realize that the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, it was the very fabric of the liberty of this nation. That's what's made it so great. If you bend or allow like the Supreme Court to interpret it and say, well, it says shall not be infringed, but it really means if your barrel rifle's too short, then you go to prison for 10 years. Well, BS. That's not written in the Constitution. And this is a problem we have in our nation. And we've all, and it's funny, even people within the Patriot movement will immediately, to demonize somebody, go into reciting administrative law and judicial terrorism to be like, well, blah, 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 and be like, well, it shall not be infringed. He has the right to defend himself and his family. I don't care if he's a convicted felon. Is it 10 years ago? When was the last time he committed a crime? We got a real problem. We got the highest incarceration rate in the world right now for Kappa. And we got these fascist paper trails that follow everybody around, and now and now we got all this vague law, and everybody's becoming a victim of it now. I mean, look at the Hammonds. The Hammonds, a nice family, ranching family, who was living in peace, just trying to earn a living, and the BLM came in and terrorized them, and now they use judicial terrorism to make them terrorists.
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that they also served their time, and then it was after they were out and trying to get their lives put back together, the federal government was like, oh, nope, you got to come back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Hammond and them have recordings of eyewitness accounts that the BLM was running drip torches and started the fire anyway. So the BLM literally tried to burn the Hammond Ranch down on purpose. The only reason the Hammonds lit the fire was to keep their ranch from burning out because the BLM were being terrorists.
Well, there's already a video that's out circulating around, and I'm sure it's probably been taken off of quite a few sites. But there's actually a video that is floating around out there that shows that after the rancher tells these BLM employees, don't light your fire there, the wind will blow it towards my cattle, he still does it. And you see the fire start out, and it's like, really, my man? You already know that the wind is blowing towards this ranch. Why are you going to go only 100 yards away and light a fire? You already know the brush is built up so much. You already know that there's going to be property damage. You already know that there's going to be damage dealing with cattle and equipment, and yet they still do it. And then they want to label patriots as being terrorists and conspirators, and they don't even realize that there are people out there with cameras catching them in the act.
Right. And the funny thing is, even when the Hammond Ranch, supposedly because they burnt down some BLM land, the BLM can't own the land. It's not the BLM's land. It belongs to the people, per the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. But furthermore, they were lighting the fires on purpose, and that's terrorism. How can... And they didn't even send any resources to the Hammonds to put out the fire. The Hammonds put out the fire.
Yeah.
And they made them pay $400,000 for that.
Well, if you think about it, when you look at it on a monetary gain, they spent more than that. Because look at the amount of time that they lost just trying to get their lives back together. That, when you add that up, when it comes to how long it takes to take care of a ranch, that amount was more than surpassed by any amount that could be actually, charged. Because you look at the loss of the land, you look at the loss of the amount of capital, the amount of time, they more than served their time. And then the federal government says, no, come on back. You're not done. I'm sorry, but that is wrong. In every moral
it's an absolute travesty. And everybody involved in this should have went to jail. I mean, it's that bad. And the only people who are victims of it right now are the Hammonds, and now my friends Ammon and everybody else is locked up. It's wrong.
And they're definitely political prisoners. Okay, everybody. We have another caller, area code 775. Who dat? Where you at? And is your question relevant? Go. Area code 775. You're on the air.
Yeah, this is Frederick George Wilson in Reno. How are you?
How you doing? You're on the air with me, a couple other people, and Blaine Cooper. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Please tell me that Boonie Hat Blaine Cooper is not on the Bundy Ranch and providing a giant fly trap.
All right. That just felt trolly. And as I've always told everybody, if you jump on here and start acting like a jerk, I'm going to publish your phone number in our chat room, and we'll just go troll you right the hell back.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of dumb people up there who just don't understand anything. And the funny thing is, where were they when we were calling for help for 8 months?
Well, you got to look at it this way. Too many people are, and I'm sorry, I may probably get, fucked at, but too many people out there in the world are taking shit to actually say something at first. They're going to wait till they control and, get attention. And
yeah, it's funny because they talk big on the internet, they talk tough on the phone, but when it comes time to show up and do something for their country, They're nowhere there. And the only thing that you can do is attack other patriots to prop themselves up like somehow they're better than everybody else. Well, you know what? Then get out there, grab a rifle, get in your truck, and go hold ground at the refuge. Nobody's stopping you. It really bugs me because a lot of us in this movement have given up everything we have. I mean, everything. It's costing us our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And the fact that people can even have the nerve to question it when they haven't been a part of it at all, it really shows the character of the person that they really are.
And see, that's actually something I was talking to Nighthawk about. Is I would actually like to speak to you on a one-on-one basis, not on air and things. He can give you my contact, but that's if he chose to. But you have a very, very valid point. A lot of these people, they're not willing to risk it to actually do real change. And I guess that's what makes my conviction a little bit different is I'm actually trying to find people in my area that think like me, that have the same, I guess you could say, ideals as me. Is because, one, I have to admit, I don't want violence, but I will defend myself. I will defend myself.
That's right.
If need be.
It's all about a defensive position.
Exactly. And the thing is I'm trying to reach out and find others around me. And this is where I'm actually going to call out, Alabama. I have found some people in Alabama. They are very much like-minded. They're good people. I have found some people in Louisiana. I have heard of people in Florida, although I have yet to find them. And I've heard of people in South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Kentucky, definitely. Hawk, that's also partly towards you. And I have found people that are spread out all throughout the South. And people keep thinking that they're alone, and they're not. They aren't alone. There are many others just like them. And
Right. And it's funny because I've noticed, and not to interrupt you, but I noticed in this movement, people spend more time attacking each other than they do the problem. And it's really sick because any kingdom divided against itself is not going to stand. And if anybody wants any real change in this country, that stuff's got to stop. You got to put your differences aside, and you got to stand together. And it's amazing how quick people will turn on you when they get a certain idea about you in their head, but they really have no clue. I mean, he wasn't there. A lot of people weren't there. I was there. I know exactly what was going on. It's easy to form an opinion about something you don't understand, especially when you're not present at the place that you're not there. It doesn't make any sense.
And I've actually had to say something very similar because I've had to tell people in some of these chat rooms that, they don't need to start spouting off of things because I personally was not there. I wanted to be. I have actually been trying to find to be there, but I can't. And I haven't been spouting off things, but I have been trying to listen and learn as much as I can. And there's a lot of things that there's not enough proof about. There's a lot of things that I can't even begin to bring my opinion to because I wasn't there first. And that's what pisses me off about
I need to break. Let me break in really quick. All right. There is a woman out there named Carrie Cassidy. She has a website called Project Camelot. She's already, or actually one of her troop actually got a hold of Victoria Sharp. I need to let the Patriot community know, do not talk to these people. They are not your friends. They are trying to...
I'm in a van with Victoria Sharp right now.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm saying is all these people over at Project Camelot, they're trying to absorb the story and change the story. I watched that video Victoria did with some of the guys from Project Camelot. They twisted her up and they really tried to direct her call. I have already, years ago, proved without a shadow of a doubt and fired Carrie Cassidy from my station when we found out she is CIA funded and COINTELPRO. Okay, so stay away
because
from...
now I'm going to make sure that's seen on my channel as well.
Right.
To not,
and
talk to them.
And you say Victoria's with you?
Yes.
All right. Is she? I'm not trying to be offensive. She's young, and she got in an interview with those guys that were just building her ego, and then they literally psychologically tried to destroy her. And I don't think she realizes that. Does she know that now?
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
And that's what's so powerful about her testimony and why she cannot, they're trying to get her to recant or change her story because it's so powerful, because you had an innocent 18-year-old girl who was being shot at in the voice when they were trying to when they murdered Lavoie, and they're lucky they didn't kill her. And it just shows you the level the government is willing to go to kill people.
Hell yeah.
I mean, our sons, our daughters, their kids, they're terrible.
Well, yeah, exactly. Hell yeah. And do realize that there are people who say they are alternative news, but they are not.
Right.
And that's why Carrie Cassidy's not here anymore. And since she's with you, dude, would she like to talk to us?
Probably not today.
Okay.
But I don't blame her. I'm in the back of the van right now. I'm in the bucket.
All right.
They're all scared because we think that they're going to assassinate us.
All right.
Are they going to kill us like they did Lavoie? Because she's a powerful testimony to his murder, and that she's got to be protected.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, fair enough. We would like to
Nighthawk,
talk. We would.
Nighthawk,
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, get this guy. Hit me up on Thom. I'll give you where I am, so that way you can give this guy the information.
All right, that's cool. But
if they need a place to stay safe, then I know of plenty.
All right, that's cool. You interrupted me mid-flow, but
sorry.
All right. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Anyway, if Victoria would like to talk to us without anybody interrupting her at some point, that would be great.
Sure, I'll see what I can do about that.
All right, cool. And like you know, I don't cold call people on air ever. People want me to do that, but I just don't do it. It's, it's not fair.
Then I got to hand it to the Sharps, and especially Victoria, for being so brave in the face of danger. And they're great people. They're Christian people. They came and they blessed us with beautiful music. And the fact that any of us, for what we were doing there, to try to raise awareness for the Constitution and to try to bring light about the injustices that are being done to the hand and many other ranchers and people around the country. And now we're treated like criminals and domestic terrorists, and we didn't hurt anybody, we didn't threaten anybody, nobody intimidated anybody, but we're treated like the scum of the earth, and it's the way the government goes to great lengths to silence the education of how our government's actually supposed to work and the freedom and liberties that we enjoy is truly telling about who they really are.
Yeah, exactly. It gets, I just, as I watched all of this unfold, spent well over 1,000, you met Sherry. I sent Sherry. She interviewed you out there at the refuge. Remember? Do you remember? Blah. Do you remember her?
Yes. Actually, and we also need to remember the other remaining people of the refuge. We need to pray for them, and that they're going to be okay, because we know what governments have done in the history.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're good people. Sandy and her husband are very good people. And it's just a sad, unpredictable chain of events that happen. And a lot of our lives are ruined because of it. The media has destroyed our lives. It just, that's what bugs me. The lengths that people went to demonize us and try to destroy who we are, rather than look at the principle and the problem at hand, the Constitution, the injustice, and what we were standing for. It amazes me. I mean, how are we supposed to get truth out when people are more worried about hate and destroying somebody rather than loving and lifting them up?
Yeah, exactly. I was talking to Ded Jordan earlier, and the FBI told Enterprise Rent-A-Car to report the car they were driving as stolen.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, it's like, really? Do they go to no ends? Apparently they do. There are no ends to the to the manipulation going on here. And they took.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at it this way. I mean, if you think about it, we have over 60,000 SWAT raids a year in this country. The government is out of control. I mean, at every level, it's ridiculous. I mean, Marines and our soldiers are being imprisoned for political views, or being imprisoned because they wore the uniform. I mean, it's just it's like the lunacy and never stops with this government. I don't even have words to express the hatred and discontent after what they're doing to our nation.
And all of us personally at this point.
I agree.
All right, we're kind of winding up to the end of the show. Blaine, I thank you very much for coming on with us.
Yes, sir. It was a pleasure. I enjoyed talking to you guys. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. And I will give you a call maybe tomorrow or sometime. And, Victoria would like to get on the air with us and just, I would like to hear her story without anybody interrupting her.
Sure. I'll ask her for you. I mean, that's something that she'd have to do on her own. But
yeah, it would be really nice for just once, because we haven't heard it yet. Victoria, tell us your story, and I'll shut up now.
Right. Yes, I hear you.
So anyway, I'll give you a buzz tomorrow. You have a great night, Blaine.
You too, sir.
And a safe drive.
Thank you, Blaine. Thank you for.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No problem. Safe drive, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna low it. We're gonna kind of bring this down to an end. I'm getting really tired. I've been up since the sun came up, and it is 11:50 my time, folks.
And I have to apologize for interrupting you earlier. I understand fully trying to keep somebody safe, and I have no problem in helping out with that at all. Period.
That's fine. I just, there was a lot of, he has an iffy connection, and I just wanted to make sure everything got done.
Well, I have to say that what he's going through, I understand, because I've dealt with something very similar before, not quite to that extent, I will admit, but I have dealt with something similar, and trying to find a safe place to go is hard to do, especially trying to find a place in which you're not going to be ridiculed.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm still just really pissed off. She, Victoria Sharp, got guided into an interview over there on Project Camelot, in which, they just built her ego up, kept calling her the Mockingjay and all that stuff, and you could literally see.
And honestly, I hope you link that, because I would like to see that myself, because with, what all you spoke about it and stuff, I want to see that myself, because if they have done something like that.
Just go to Google and type Project Camelot Victoria Sharp. You'll find it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm actually going to do that right now.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying not to run tech support here. Ranger Thom. Listen, Ranger Thom is patient and said not too much. Ranger Thom, you want to sum it up, and we're going to get out of here.
I've got to say thank you to Blaine. If you're still listening, thank you for all you did for this county. I honor you, and I stand by everything you just said. I was just listening and absorbing everything, and just keep it up. We've got to keep it up. We've got bills up coming into the county all the time, more and more every day. I don't know what they were doing, but they've got a message they want to bring to the ranchers out here. And Dwight, Susie, I'm trying everything I can to bring you home safely. But first, we've got to take care of the BLM and the overreach, or else you guys won't be safe when you come home. We got to stop this. Stop it now.
Yeah, it's all got to stop now fast. And people don't, honestly, people don't wake up fast. It's going to be over very fast.
Yeah. We're sitting here in Burns, Oregon, with the town all controlled by the money from the BLM. They're all afraid of losing their job. And they're willing to give up their rights and their constitution to maintain a paycheck.
And I think that's so hilarious that you'll bypass and overlook vagrant crimes for a paycheck. That doesn't speak too much for the citizens of Harney County that's sitting here, if they're listening. I mean, you guys. This party you had and everything is just unbelievable. I'm sitting here just dumbfounded by the response of the city of Burns to people that was fighting for their constitutional rights and fighting the corruption of our government from the county on up to the federal. And they're sitting here bad-mouthing, you're just ridiculing you, trying to cut you down every chance they get.
Yeah, and that's the home you have to live in.
Yep. Oh, I've got told to move. If you don't like it here, why don't you just get the hell out of here?
Yep.
And it's like, this is my home. This is where I chose to live. And I've been paying taxes in this county. And I can't travel where I want to in this county. I can't go where I want to. I can't go to my old place that I sold and check out the old place because they got it barricaded.
Yeah, I heard you had a horse that was ill that you needed to go take care of, and that became a problem as well.
Yeah, but it was just, we were headed north. And I've got horses up there just a half mile down from that massacre, that slaughterhouse. And I had a horse down there, and the barricades were set up. And I couldn't put the horse down. He was dying. He laid there for a half hour, dying slowly, painfully, and nothing you could do about it. And my son was, Dad, let's just kill it. And I said, we can't be. Those cops are sitting right there. You could see them. I said, we fired a shot, and they're going to come at us. And the next day I was at the great cry-tip baby moment of the sheriff. And now, when you the political FBI bullshit spin, excuse my language, their spin, and the deputy sheriff was standing behind me. I turned around and I said, yeah, the horse I was dying. What would have happened if I'd have shot him? He said, they'd been over there with you with gunpoint and probably shot you.
Well, yeah.
See the gunfire?
Well, yeah, as soon as they hear a shot, they're going to start shooting. That that's just terrible. You guys have a job to do as ranchers and farmers. We all do as farmers. We have a job to do, and it's being interfered with by not. The people that are interfering with this are not protesters. They're not patriots. They're not militia. The only people interfering with this apparently seems to be the feds.
Yes.
So
they've overtaken our town. It's occupied. Guns, weapons and everything. It's kind of funny what they say about Bundy's. They don't say about the law enforcement that's got weapons that if you walk too close to their line, they're pointing at you. But the people's quiet about that. Same thing on that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of reports of just local residents trying to care for their own ranches, their own feedlots, their own pastures, are getting gun pointed, put on the ground, and handcuffed.
Yep.
So,
I
don't know, man.
It's turning into the Banana Republic.
Yeah,
it's worse than the Banana Republic.
Yeah, as Alice said, it just gets curiouser and curiouser.
Yep.
With how this government is going, it's only a matter of time before we have a Gestapo-style police state knocking down every door because we speak up against. And if people don't join forces soon and stop getting over this selfish fear that they have of, oh, well, this is going to happen to me, this is going to happen to them, then they're going to end up having to explain to their children that, I'm sorry, Timmy, you can't go to school and eat your Pop-Tart this way because if you eat it in the shape of a gun, you're going to get suspended. Or, I'm sorry, Timmy, you can't go out in the yard because if you do, we're going to have, some government agent coming here to charge us for, invading our own lawn. It's getting to a point where it's ridiculous. And especially out there in Burns, it is to a point now to where it is at a breaking point. And if the people don't stop just bowing down, and if they don't speak up, they're going to get ran over like a steamroller. And a lot of this is made me angry.
It's not just them. It's everywhere in this country at this point. It's
the government's out for control.
Burns is the focus right now.
Yeah.
But it is everywhere.
I highly agree. And, thank you for rewording what I meant. It's just, when I think about this, I actually get so angry that my brain doesn't get the words out of my mouth correctly. And it's the fact that people are letting themselves get run over. And then they're saying, thank you. Can I have another? And it just angers me so much because they're letting themselves get ran over. And after our government is pretty much chopping their hands off from having choice and their own mind, they're saying, thank you, let me have another. And it just makes me so angry that it just puzzles my brain.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, listen, guys, it's getting late. We're already a little past my end time. I want to thank everybody for joining our call, talking to us, sharing your thoughts, ideas, and of course, we will pick this up tomorrow, guys. So thanks a lot for calling in, and thanks a lot for your discussion. I mean, it just, I just hope, I really hope America, or at least the people that give a crap, start to galvanize at this point.
Thank you much.
Good night.
Good night.
It was very much talking to you guys. Have a good night.
No problem. You guys have a good night. All right, I'm going to end with something. The time stamps are just about right to make these two work together. So here we go.
Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world?
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis? Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
Well, why is America not the greatest country in the world, Professor? That's my answer.
You're saying
yes.
Let's talk about
Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of her paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so smart, how come they lose so goddamn always? Hey, and with a straight face, you're going to tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom.
All right.
And yeah, you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number 4 in exports. We lead the world in only 3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation ever. So when you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the you're talking about. It sure used to be. We stood up for what was right. We fought for moral reasons. We passed laws, struck down laws for moral reasons. We waged wars on poverty, not poor people. We sacrificed. We cared about our neighbors. We put our money where our mouths were, and we never beat our chest. We built great big things, made ungodly technological advances, explored the universe, cured diseases, and we cultivated the world's greatest artists and the world's greatest economy. We reached for the stars, acted like men. We aspired to intelligence. We didn't belittle it. It didn't make us feel inferior. We didn't identify ourselves by who we voted for in the last election, and we didn't scare so easy. We were able to be all these things and do all these things because we were informed by great men who were revered. First step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one.
Revolution Radio, #1 in alternative media, making the difference and making the effort to make the change. Support us here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, to continue keeping that information from sleeping.
Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world?
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis? Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
Well, why is America
Not the greatest
country in the world, Professor? That's my answer.
You're saying
Yes.
Let's talk about
Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so smart, how come they lose so goddamn always? Hey, and with a straight face, you're going to tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom. All right. And yeah, you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number 4 in exports. We lead the world in only 3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation ever. So when you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the f*** you're talking about. Sure used to be. We stood up for what was right. We fought for moral reasons. We passed laws, struck down laws for moral reasons. We waged wars on poverty, not poor people. We sacrificed. We cared about our neighbors. We put our money where our mouths were, and we never beat our chest. We built great big things, made ungodly technological advances, explored the universe, cured diseases, and we cultivated the world's greatest artists and the world's greatest economy. We reached for the stars, acted like men. We aspired to intelligence. We didn't belittle it. It didn't make us feel inferior. We didn't identify ourselves by who we voted for in the last election, and we didn't scare so easy. We were able to be all these things and do all these things because we were informed by great men who were revered. First step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one.
Revolution Radio, #1 in alternative media, making the difference and making the effort to make the change. Support us here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, to continue keeping that information from sleeping.
Our motto here is Revolution Radio, where freedom and information never sleeps. And what I'm showing you right now, right here, when this man literally did the kill shot, we need to know who that guy was. We need the dash cam video. No, we don't need it. We want the dash cam video. And all of you listening to me, or maybe listening to me later in an archive on YouTube, or anybody that's listening to me whatsoever, in any way whatsoever, here or at the radio station, whatever, there needs to be a sound so loud that they cannot deny us. We want. And don't tell me there is not helmet cam video, dash cam video, other aerial video, because they said in, they said very clearly in the press conference there was another aerial video. We've not seen that. So folks, there's the Freedom Freedom of Information Act. Go get us that footage. Make so much noise they cannot deny us that footage. You know, after a couple of weeks of talking to Lavoy, anywhere from, 10 minutes to an hour and a half, sometimes not all on air. Sometimes you become friends with somebody. You don't meet them. You don't get to shake their hands. I'm in frickin' Kentucky. He's in Oregon. But we spend a lot of time. And people keep trying to get me to go back over the footage and stuff. I watched it about 30 times and I can't watch it anymore. Cannot watch it anymore. Some people out there can watch this video footage unobjectively because they didn't know Lavoy. I considered him a friend. It was literally like watching any other friend of mine getting shot down dead in the snow. And it never fails to get stranger every day out there in Burns. Most everybody, most of the militia went home. And, we had a high condition yesterday alert, but because Clive and Buddy said he was going up, but apparently there's something going on down where he is, and he decided not to go and whatnot. So that condition alert is down. For David Fry, I appreciate what he, I appreciate he's trying to stand up for himself, and that boy's got a bag of balls that he needs a wheelbarrow to carry around, but, they very clearly said they just want to leave. They just want to go home. Initially that was not the message, but he said it twice now in his own videos. So, if they, if any of them have warrants in other states or whatever, just let them go home and deal with that. But they've also been added into the indictments. All of the guys that got arrested are in solitary confinement. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I got to be honest. If solitary confinement, there's absolutely no risk of somebody that's also in that jail that is going to end up serving 900 life terms is not going to shiv you in your sleep for a couple of cartons of smokes, because one cigarette is worth like $20 in jail. You need to realize that as well. Sometimes being separated from Gin Pop is not a bad idea. Maybe that, maybe the guy that runs that jail is on our side and actually trying to protect them. I don't know. None of us really know anything. We see video that they say is unedited, but it is clearly edited. So again, we know nothing. We know what they wanted to show us. And it looks like what they're trying to show us is just enough to piss off everybody and set up a trap. And I have to agree. I can't remember her name, but she I ran her video earlier, setting up that honey hole. to bring everybody in. You know, down in Nevada with Clive and Bundy, they wanted to play games, and the militia and Cliven and everybody won. They won. They won that battle. They won that battle through media, social media, and other efforts. And patriots getting behind them. Sometimes people that aren't even patriots, they don't even know what the word patriot means. But, you know, they are close to Vegas and they wanted to go down there. You know, there were a lot of people that went down there and tried to turn that into some kind of freaking Burning Man thing. Yay, guns and weed. But as I look at all this, I find myself falling fully into the looking glass. I don't know how many times my wife has said to me, you need to take a break from this. And I keep going, I want to take a break from this. But every time I try to take a break from this, some new craziness comes to light. Comes right to the surface. And it is really important to me to make sure that all of you folks see what I see. And I present none of this, you know, y'all know where my allegiances stand, but I try to present everything I do in a fair and balanced point to a degree. You know, we take all calls. If you want to act like an asshole, I'll just publish your number in the chat and we'll just troll you right back. But I don't know what do we got to do to make a change in this country? What do we got to do to make people educate themselves by actually paying attention and looking and reading and stuff? What happened? You know, what happened to reading? Reading an article, reading an educational document. What happened to reading? I don't know. What the hell happened? Sometimes I get there myself, you know, somebody will send me a link. You know, I get thousands of emails every day. I try to get through all of them, and now there's even more of them. And some of them are ending up in my spam box, and I got to go through there and make sure none of that is happening. So I spend, you know, most of my day, you know, I get up early in the morning and I have to do all my station chores that everybody needs, and people pay for archive access, and, you know, they come first, and so I try to get that done, and then I start punching through the emails, which are insane in level right now, and I try to get through all those. And then about the time I go on air, it seems like everybody at my station suddenly needs personal attention. Not to be a dick, but to realize we're doing a whole lot of things here, folks. And I honestly and completely uncaring about the retrograde of any kind of planet. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing over here on live stream. We're also going to be doing more sample shows. You know, not every show that we do is going to be on live stream. I do sample shows so you guys can see what we're doing over here at the actual talk radio audio station. So you can come over here and check us out. It's called cross promotion. As I sit here and nervously scratch my palm, I have to wonder what is next. Because at this point, it's kind of looking to me like they're using Burns, Oregon, or Harding County, Oregon, or whatever area, range, or block you want to put on that map. It looks like they're using it as a laboratory to decide how much the average citizen will put up with. See what I'm saying, folks? So you're now living in a laboratory. So anyway, I'm going to jump off here. I hope you survived this monkey virus. Peace out, folks. Take care of yourself, please. Make sure your shit's squared away because you never know what's going to happen the next day down the road. Thank you very much. This is Nighthawk at freedomslips.com. I'm out.